Eu sei que eu sei que pode encaixar essa ovária. Aham.
Yes, I'm in Daria, I found Daria. How is it? Okay. I don't know. I don't see anybody. Huh? Yeah. From
Honorable members, Mr. Speaker.
Prayers.
Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness have appointed the office of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity. We beseech you to look upon with the abundant favor of these servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important trust in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as promote you and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed to their charge.
Item number 2, communication from the chair.
Thank you, colleagues. I welcome you to today's sitting. Matters of national importance. Honorable Teddy Nambozi.
Thank you so much. Right Honorable Speaker.
2 minutes each.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for your indulgence. I'm rising on a matter of urgent importance concerning various homesteads and institutions in Imsa Parish, Kamengo Sub-County, in Impeji District, which
Point of procedure.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Teddy, take your seat kindly.
colleagues ask these questions looking for answers. But you can see the front bench has all the junior ministers. And I said junior and I meant it. It's English. In many instances here, they have said, I will consult my senior minister, I will consult. So Speaker, I wanted to find out if all the senior ministers, with the exception of education, who usually send Dr. Muyingu, whether they have notified you that the juniors they have sent are able to deal with our matters. So we don't raise them and then we raise them again, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, it's a minister. Okay, and I had warned Honorable Semuju much earlier that the word junior doesn't sound that decent. Let us use the official designation, which is Minister of State. Okay, so that like when you are abroad, even Minister of State sounds bigger than the minister. There is a professor whom I know. There's a professor whom I know during campaigns. He said, I'm not only a professor, but I'm also an associate professor. Okay. And I also hold a degree of philosophy. So, and the people believed. So, so let us use Minister of State so that we all, you know, but every minister here is a substantive. That's why in the rota which we requested for, we were given a rota. We are not saying a minister, the cabinet minister must be the one to attend. We said each day should be given, but the concern is on how many are here. And Right Honorable Prime Minister, we agreed and you gave us a rota. Yeah, you should be, but Parliament starts at 2. You know, I would be here by exactly 2, but I usually watch. I'm always watching and I give room for a few people to come. So let's ensure that we have the numbers. Point noted, it's a very serious point of concern, especially on numbers, so that we avoid the situations of postponing. Yeah, honorable numbers, kindly, and also honorable colleagues, when you go on the floor of Parliament and you start reading, then you must share that statement. So if you don't have the issue of CAF, tell us, we accommodate you. Okay. And also when the speaker is speaking, you sit. Not only a speaker, but any member. When another member, these are issues of practice, but it's discipline and, you know, which we must learn. When we allow another member, the one holding the floor, you sit down, then you give space. Because we can't have 2 people standing at once. So honorable numbers, please do the summary. I hope no one demands a copy of the statement you're reading.
Thank you so much, the Right Honorable. I was trying to share that my people had heavy downpour characterized by the storm last week. This incident left several homes unroofed, including church structure at Bwe Church of Uganda, which was completely demoralized, and several acreages of crops were just planted, and those of banana and coffee plantations. Right Honorable Speaker, these people are stuck as they were turned homeless without adequate food to sustain their families. So I'm putting the office of the Prime Minister on notice to take urgent action. My prayers, Right Honorable Speaker. May the Department of Disaster Preparedness under the Office of the Prime Minister liaise with our offices and district line committees to ensure that support in the forms of items like foodstuffs, iron sheets, and seeds are provided to enable them restore homes and replant in time. Thank you so much. I beg to move.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Thank you, Honorable colleague. Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Honorable Namboze, sorry for what happened in PG. I request that you share with us your written document with the Office of the Prime Minister so that urgent action can be taken. I thank you.
Now, honorable colleagues, just to make it very easy, we have repeated it here several times, but we won't get tired of repeating it. When you have a disaster in your area, floods, what, we have the district disaster committee, which is chaired by the cow. So the cow should be informed, because we are all leaders and we work together, we coordinate, so that the district disaster committee can go on ground, assess, and then write a report to the Prime Minister for action. Now, it's always good when you're coming here on the floor, if you come with a copy of the letter, which has been written to the Prime Minister, and you're saying they've delayed, or you're saying you received this letter, we request you to ensure you take quick action. But I always allow you so that as colleagues, you raise your issues on the floor. And it's very important for your constituents to know that indeed you've raised your issues, but when the procedure is well followed, it makes it very easy for action to be taken. Honorable Nakut Face. Honorable Martin Muzari on procedure.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I raised the issue of redeemed energy here. And the Prime Minister promised that he will bring a report. But after today, we've not received a report about redeemed energy. I thank you.
Yes, honorable colleagues, these are issues which you should share with me. These are issues so that on the floor we use prime time to do prime business. Okay, so but last week I told the Minister for Energy, I gave them 2 weeks to compile all issues so that we give them enough space on the order paper and enough time, and we do a substantive discussion to do with rare, to do with dimmed energy and the pores we have in our constituency. Okay, so Prime Minister, kindly reminder, ensure next week I'll give you space on the order paper to ensure those issues are given time. Narima, procedure.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the way you've always advised us that as we present matters of disaster preparedness to the office of the Prime Minister, then many times wherever possible, also give your office. Right Honorable Speaker, from November 2021, I presented a matter of disaster preparedness about the fire that gutted Busi Island in Wakiso district, but want it to be procedural right. I even repeated and also gave your office a copy over that matter that last year nothing had been acted. Want it to be procedural right. So that as a matter of courtesy, when we write and the matter is unable to be handled, even the office of the Prime Minister, it also responds to us just so that we are able also to get an answer to all our people out there who send us here, because at times they also respond to us, and that is it, nothing. We at times even fear to interface with our people. Won't it be also procedure right? They also communicate about reception of our letter. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, this is an administrative matter. Every office has its own way of doing things, but it is courteous. When a member writes to you, you acknowledge, at least you acknowledge the receipt of the letter and you promise to look into it. It doesn't have to be just action, but just acknowledgement that indeed the letter was received. Otherwise, we shall go on the floor and we say our letters were never received, though we delivered them. Okay? So, Right Honorable, I think it would be courteous for that to be done. It doesn't need to be signed by the Prime Minister. These are letters which can be signed by assistants.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I thank you so much, and I thank my colleague, Honorable from Wakiso. Yesterday, she raised that issue when we were in the lobby, and I told her to make a follow-up. But when you bring the letters, I think you receive a received copy. You must go with a copy so that you get a received stamp. That one, excuse me, that one helps you to make a follow-up on that received copy. And then secondly, if you are giving copies, I request that don't just give to the Prime Minister alone, give other relevant ministries so that a follow-up can be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, please, honorable colleagues, I have an order paper to follow today. I don't want to be diverted. We have issues of how letters are written and received are not issues that I should be diverting us. But, Honorable Prime Minister, you've gotten the essence of my guidance. This is an administrative matter. It's in your discretion, but it is courteous, okay, for you to write to a member, because you see, when it's received, what if the secretary receives and doesn't take it to you? Okay, so we need to know it has reached your desk, and we lose nothing. It's more courteous. Yeah. No, people, please save me. Save me. Yes, procedure and response. I want that's what's the procedure matter?
Right, Honourable Speaker, I want to thank you. There has been information that the World Bank has suspended extending loan facilities to Uganda. Right, Honourable Speaker, I have looked at the order paper, and on the order paper, there are various aspects to do with it.
Honourable Basarira, can you leave me to manage my order paper?
Yes.
Yes, I'm now still on my communication. Please, if there is an item that is substantive on order paper, let us not comment on it now. We shall reach there.
No, the procedural issue I want to raise, Right, Honourable Speaker, that since there was communication on that aspect of the suspension, this Parliament has not been given an opportunity from the side of the executive to formally bring this matter to our attention. Wouldn't it be procedurally right, Honourable Speaker, that we are given an opportunity and a response from the executive on how we'll be able to manage that thing? Because, Honourable Speaker, me, I'm even contemplating that we sue the World Bank.
Please, Honourable Basarira, please.
Yes.
Please. You see, honourable colleagues, in Parliament, we do work that helps the country to facilitate whatever it is doing. That matter came up and I gave my ruling, and that was it. It is a matter which is being handled by the executive. The moment we subject it to debate here, that debate won't help the process. I know what I'm talking about. When you hear statements of suing, statements of what, these are issues of diplomacy. The executive is handling. I'm privy even to some information. Okay, I'm even privy to very, very concrete information, and we are following up. But I know the moment I allow debate on that matter on this floor, I know where it will go. So I gave my guidance. It was around, I think it was Tuesday or Wednesday last week, that this is the matter. These are loans that are negotiated by the executive. These are rations negotiated by the executive. And whenever we are needed to play a role as Parliament, they always come to us and we play our role. I request on that matter, we stop there. No, on that matter, we stop there. Please. Honorable Nakut-Face.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My attention has been drawn to the operation by Ministry of Works. They are arresting people all over the country who allegedly are all having materials of the Uganda railways. The Uganda railways never reached Karamoja, but the tools that might look like of the Uganda railways reached Karamoja in form of ox plows, farm tools. So last week, the Ministry of Works team arrested people from Napak district, arrested people from many other neighboring districts, and they were taken to Soroti. They were kept in Soroti with their tools, with their ox plows. Right, Honorable Speaker, I appreciate the work the Ministry of Works is doing in following up vandalism for government property. However, the extortion happening in the cell in Soroti is alarming. The people who were arrested in Napak reported to me that they were charged 1 million shillings to 3 million shillings to be released. Those who did not have the money remained in cell to date. If this operation is happening in the whole country in that manner, then we are encouraging corruption. My prayer that the Ministry of Works and Transport should issue a mechanism on which the proceeds from this operation are managed. The proceeds include cash and include those metals. Then secondly, that the Ministry of Internal Affairs decentralize this operation. Why would you bring our people to Soroti? And when you release them, they lack transport to go back home. How would their people reach them? Those are my prayers.
Thank you. Right, Honorable.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I have to call Ministry of Works because the honorable member is saying the things that look like. So we are not very sure if they were really materials for the railway. So Ministry of Works has to come up and inform us of what materials are. And if really they are extorting money, because she's saying she was informed, we are not very sure. So to be, I will request the member, Right Honorable Speaker, I request that we shall get information from Ministry of Works to give us the full story of that, and then we see how it can be handled.
Right, Honorable, this is a very serious matter. I need a response on Wednesday next week here on the floor. Honorable Mutembri.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, 2 weeks ago, we had a very serious issue concerning Namuro Bridge, where it broke down, it collapsed. And when first pupils were crossing from Doho to Namuro Primary School, they were affected. And as we speak now, they in Nabiganda Health Center for hospitalized. And my prayers are, one, that UNORA immediately goes and maintains the bridge. And then two, Ministry of Works considers to have the bridge permanently constructed, because we are tired of having maintenances every 2-3 months. And every time it collapses, we lose our people. So if this can be done, then we shall be very grateful as people of Bunyole East in Butareja. Thank you, Right Honorable.
Thank you.
Pardon?
Right, Honorable. On Tuesday, if I don't have a Minister for Works in the House, I will be forced to write so that you explain why Minister of Works, despite the rota, their ministers are never here. We have many issues to do with works, but they are never here. The whole of last week, zero. Even today, I told the junior minister how we have been having issues and not here. You know, I've been converted by Honorable Semuju. I've been converted. Sorry, the Minister of State. You can see even Honorable Semuju has now influenced me so much. After I ran away from him, now he's pulling me by other means. Yeah.
Right, Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Works, the senior minister or the cabinet minister is not well. Another minister is in Nairobi, and the other minister is with the president right now. So that's why they are missing. But Right Honorable, I've taken note. I'm going to inform them.
Yeah, because you see, when the ministers are in trouble, they come to me. When we need them on the floor, they are not here. He was in trouble, he came to me and I solved this issue. Now for us, we need him here to answer issues, he's nowhere. So it's a serious point of concern. That's why we have a rota. Okay, so will you take up the matter? Yeah, the issue raised by Honorable Mutemburi.
The issue raised by Honorable Temble, Right Honorable Speaker, we are going to take it up with the Minister of Works. Honorable Temble, you'll get the information. Honorable Temble.
Honorable Chemonges.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I raised on the issue of national importance concerning the ambulance in Kapchoro Hospital. Right, Honorable Speaker, last year, not last year, this year around April, I raised up in this house on the issue of an ambulance for Kapchoro Hospital, which has been now without the ambulance for the last 20 years. Yes, the last 20 years, there have been no ambulance in Kapchoro Hospital. I told you in this house that Kapchoro Hospital is right now the hospital that we use as a referral hospital because it is serving 3 districts of Sabey, and it also serves up to Amida district. It also serves part of Bulambuli. And we have a population of about 500,000 people. This is one of the biggest hospitals in the region, and we have no ambulance, not even one. Right, Honorable Speaker, yesterday, last night at around 10, we had an accident, and so far we have lost like 4 people. And we got surprised, Right, Honorable Speaker, that it took about 2 hours for us to find ways of transporting the victims to Mbale. And right now, 4 of them have died. And that time when I raised the matter, the government chief whip promised to bring back the answer to this house on when we shall get the ambulance. And today in the morning, I have seen on social media very nice ambulances that have been brought.
You make your prayers, Honorable.
My prayer, Right, Honorable Speaker, is right now, government have already procured ambulances, which I've seen somewhere, very nice ones. So all I need is that we take this one of Kapchoro as a national matter, and we deliver the ambulance within this week, Right, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Government.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I think that is an achievement to government when we see some ambulances being procured. Those are some of the good things that we should register on the side of government. And I want to inform you that the ambulances are going to be given out to district, especially those who completely don't have. And I pray, or you can also pray with me, that Kapchora is one of the districts to be given the ambulances. I know you will get. Thank you.
Thank you. But now we would be praying that you give. So also if, right, Honor, if you're also praying, so for us as Parliament, we've prayed to you, to the Almighty Right Honorable Nakadama. No need. Thank you. Yes, Honorable Okero Geoffrey.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise on a matter of urgent national importance regarding the safety concerns of table salt that are in our local markets. Mr. Speaker, sir, last Friday, 18th of August this year, I received complaints from my constituents of Nuaya East about the salt that they are now consuming, which they claim do not dissolve 100%. When this salt is dissolved in water, Honorable Speaker, it leaves a white substance which is tasteless. And they doubt the safety and the quality of this salt. Mr. Speaker, sir, I looked at the packet, the 500 grams packet of that salt, and it is branded Abari salt. It has certification of KEBS, but it doesn't have certification from UNBS. My prayers that the Minister of Trade, Trade Industry and Cooperatives do investigate the quality of this salt, especially about the safety. I thank you. I submit.
Honorable Minister for Trade.
Mr. Speaker and honorable colleagues, we will take up that matter. We'll pick the samples, test them, but also pursue those who are producing it so that it does not come to the market. And use this opportunity to appeal to the population that please, anything that is not marked with UNBS, if possible, do not buy it. Do not buy it. We are trying as much as possible, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that products which are not certified by UNBS don't go to the market. But sometimes they pass through a lot of panniers and go to the market. So we want to appeal to the population that please, you are the first law enforcement officer for your health. Make sure that you don't buy things which are not marked by UNBS, as we also try our level best to ensure that standards are enforced.
Honourable Minister, this is a very urgent matter where people are consuming a suspected substandard product. So really, if you take it up seriously, by the end of this weekend, you could have even gotten results. So that on Tuesday or Wednesday, you bring a statement on the floor, because this is a product which can go nationwide, or some other parts of the country have not yet known the standards related to it. Okay, so on Wednesday, please bring a statement on the floor regarding that. Thank you. Procedure? Yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker, my procedure issue relates to the response we have been given, because 90% of the salt we have here is exported. And I mean is imported, sorry. And the Lake Ekatwe Salt Factory for over 3 decades is down. So it is becoming very difficult to get UNBS certified salt here if we don't address that other side. So my procedure issue would be for the minister to first ensure that at least the extraction of salt from our rich natural resources is put to use. Otherwise, the other remedy is very difficult. Thank you.
Now, honorable colleagues, procedure is about conduct of business here, not about conduct of business outside. So now, I don't know, Minister, take note, but it's very difficult for me to guide in terms of procedure, but take note, she's raising a big point of concern. Yes, Honorable Kibadia.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, last year a group migrated and settled in Namwendwa Town Council. It migrated from a region that we are yet to discover. Right Honorable Speaker, this group has hired 13 rooms and established 2 forms of money lending, easy loan and quick loan. This group, Right Honorable Speaker, moves with the, originally when they were coming, they were polite. After some time, when they wanted to recover the money, they began moving with the sticks they call enkoni. Right Honorable Speaker, this group is untouchable. Right Honorable Speaker, when they are recovering their money, they arrest people. They either move with the border borders, with the motorcycles, or with the drone, but with the sticks, those hard ones. Right Honorable Speaker, when those that were beaten, because when they are recovering, they arrest and beat. Those that were beaten, Right Honorable Speaker, tried to report it to police. But the response they got from police was, those people are untouchable. They reported it to Namwendwa police post, those ones feared them. They went to Kamuli police station, where even there is a DPC and these other people, they feared, they said those are untouchable. Right Honorable Speaker, some of the people who were beaten, we have Chisame, who is a border person from Bugole zone. We have Chisa Alamanzani from Cheya. We have Frank Alubale from Market Zone. The recent incident, Right Honorable Speaker, which is very shaming, on Sunday, this group went and invaded a church. They invaded a church which is called the personal, they call that church Personal Christian Assembly. Now this church had hosted the Bazungu, the white people. So they were posing and singing, they began singing those stories. All of a sudden, these people entered the church. They began with the pastor, he's called the Pastor Waiswa. That one got his beating. Then that group which was in the church had to flee, to run away. It's a scandal, Right Honorable Speaker. These people, you are supposed to pay 4,000 per day as their money for the paying back at the loan. If you miss 2 days without paying, just know these people will come for you. What is more terrible? As I go for my prayers, Right Honorable Speaker, what is more terrible? These people confiscated the national IDs from whoever picked loans from them.
Honorable prayers before they also beat you.
Right Honorable Speaker, our prayers. The Minister for Internal Affairs should really investigate who are these untouchables. These people that come with the Nkoni. The police fears them. Who are these untouchables, Right Honorable Speaker? 2, finance. I see Honorable Musasi is here. Finance should tell us. These money lenders, 13 groups in a small town council with different names. Who are these money lenders that have this behavior and move like this? Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, the Prime Minister, Madam Majegere, should really come into the rest of these people. Their IDs were confiscated. They can't get PDM money because they don't have those documents. It's terrible. In the Namwendwa Town Council, we need government to come in and save the people of Namwendwa and Bugabula from this group, which came from a region that we are yet to identify. Thank you, Right Honorable.
Now, Honorable Chibadi, I want for record purposes to know the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister of Uganda is the one you're referring to?
Right Honorable Speaker, the Prime Minister of this country is called the Right Honorable Nabanja, but we normally commonly and use that name Majegere because she behaves like the caterpillar.
I've now known the Prime Minister you are referring to. Now, this colleagues, the way the Honorable colleague presented the case, you know, it could make you laugh, but it sounds horrible and really, really bad. as if people are running a terror cell, you know, in the area. Right Honorable Prime Minister, this one we need to take it up seriously. And the Minister for Internal Affairs should arrange a team to go on the ground, meet, and I think we should also involve the political leaders so that a team from government goes on the ground and meets the community and establishes really what's going on, and action should be taken on this. Okay. Honorable Kisa, what is the procedure matter?
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. The procedure matter I'm raising, Honorable Speaker, Luuka is a neighbor to Bugabula South. And I want to inform my colleague that this group is spilling over to Luuka. In fact, the man is referring to as Chisala Manzan is my brother. After beating him thoroughly, I found him at home, crawling, and even they took the motorcycle I gave him up to now. So the procedure matter I'm raising is that the Internal Affairs Ministry should do, as it regards the investigation, should also put Luuka into consideration for that matter of money lenders. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, absolutely. Honorable Wangura?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Chivalia has raised a very important issue. This team, I think, is not only isolated to the area raised by Honorable Chivalia, but they seem to have spread across. In my constituency, I have a team of money lenders who are now popularly referred as to daily. They have made women to run away. Women go and hide at times in Kenya because there's a lot of conflict. So I've been trying to find out, this is a team called Daily, where are they coming from? So I think the investigation should be extended beyond Luuka. These are money lenders, as I am told, but I have not had the opportunity to meet them, but the whole community is living in fear because of Daily. I thank you.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, we need several levels of action. We need an urgent action in those areas which are already affected. And the Minister of Internal Affairs has structures in all of these areas. You have the RPC, you have the DPC, so they can easily get reports and look at the action to be taken quickly. But then, Prime Minister, Right Honorable, this issue specifically we are assigning it to you to coordinate so that even other ministries, and since you're from the region, you know the issues very well. I think update us next week on Wednesday on the action you've taken and so far the information you have gathered, but help these communities. Honorable Betnarima, procedure, Honorable Samju.
Mr. Speaker, a while ago, a colleague asked the investigation to be extended to other areas. We have had a story quoting the Speaker of Parliament in the media that there are MPs who are hiding from money lenders. We need to be procedure right to extend that investigation even to Parliament, because we also have read reports of MPs hiding in Parliament because of loans.
Thank you. Yes. Parliament has its own procedures and mechanisms of handling such matters. One of the actions we managed to take was to suspend all money lenders who were cutting off MPs' money directly from the platforms. We canceled all the MOUs because we found they had made it a trend. They have tried to lobby, and surprisingly, even lobbying using some of you, honorable colleagues, yes, that we allow them back. But we've made that decision as a leadership of Parliament, and we are not going to resign that. If you want to deal with the money lender, go and do it outside okay, outside the network of parliament and at your own volition so that we are not responsible in any way. If you go for daily, then they arrest you daily. And we won't be and we won't be responsible. But honorable colleagues, you know your targets, so I want to caution you that be cautious of these people. Be very, very cautious. They are going to embarrass us. They can blackmail us. We are targeted because of the positions. Some of them believe if you arrest an MP, honorable colleagues will say, no, all of us bring money. Some of your opponents will know which money lender you're dealing with, goes through him or her, and they arrest you. You get embarrassed in a constituency. So Honorable Semjo raises a very, very pertinent issue, but I hope we can manage it internally. Honorable Betnarima.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, as we await the harmonization of the legislation concerning local raised revenue of local governments vis-a-vis its remittances, we need to, my matter concerns finances, timing, as far as remitting back to the local governments. I have an issue where one of my divisions in the district is getting conflicts with the mother local government, which is the municipality. Then I also have the town councils also getting concerns because as they take all the time to raise this revenue, then they cannot know at any one time. I got a letter from one of the divisions saying that it last collected money, but it did not get at all June. So when I contacted the municipality, it says, what can we do when we don't get anything? So my prayers is that at this time, finance, as much as it collects it, let it timely remit back. Local governments are really disturbed and they cannot do work. So our request is to see that let's have not more than 2 weeks. When that man has been got by Ministry of Finance, let it be remitted back to the local governments so that they can dispense off their duties and they are able also to do work, even to reduce the conflicts. Some of the conflicts arise out of that money. I beg that finance really considers this.
Now, Honorable Minister of Finance, I thought you front load in quotas. Huh? I thought you front load and then agencies keep correcting and remitting to the consolidated fund and then you reconcile.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I don't know how many times Honorable Narima will raise this matter. We have been on it for over and over again. But Mr. Speaker, the issue is on remitting back the locally collected revenues. What happens? They collect and remit the money to the consolidated fund. And we send back regularly after reconciliation. I need to check if the collections are for July. By now they should be having this money sent back to them. I will work with her to do a reconciliation, and I know we shall resolve her issue.
But this might not be an issue affecting only Wakiso. It's an issue of all. Me, I thought, Honorable Minister, that because once we approve projections for NTR, then when a quota reaches, you release according to the projection that was approved, and then the local government is supposed to correct remitting the consolidated fund, and then once it has a shortfall, when you're releasing for the next quarter, you reduce it by that shortfall. Is that the procedure to bring me on board? That when I'm explaining to colleagues.
Mr. Speaker, I have to bring you on board.
Yeah.
Remitting back this money depends on the actuals. We used to use that approach and they would overstate. So we decided to base the remittances on the actual amounts received.
So you do monthly? Let me first allow Honorable Song, then Lop.
There is a motion we passed here, Mr. Speaker. And again, it was brought to the honorable member from Wakiso. Unless finance never got a copy of the motion we passed. We are saying this money should not go to finance. These people should get their money. That's the motion we passed. These people need their money in time. If you collect the money in July and you send it in September, it's not of any use to these people. Let us respect the resolutions of Parliament as we are passed. And Mr. Speaker, if they never got that motion, with your powers, it can be extracted and they look at what was passed by the whole House, that he will make others happy other than having the same matter coming on the floor of Parliament. And this is the same challenge we are facing with the universities, collecting their funds, going to finance, it's okay. But the motion we passed on local governments here by the honorable member should be respected because the resolution of Parliament.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, honorable colleagues, I usually caution, though you know, when you're cautioning on some matters, some people might think you're trying to water down the powers of Parliament. And that motion, I remember it very well. It was a motion urging. You know, those are motions of no consequence. I want us to be clear. That's why I want to have a minute with the honorable member who is bringing the one for Roya. Motions of no consequence. You spend a whole hour, you're urging someone and he does. What if I don't want to be urged? Because you leave it to me. And these are motions, especially when we are limited by Article 93 of the Constitution. This is a motion that would have a charge on the consolidated fund. So we urged the minister, we were begging basically. They said, we have passed a resolution begging you, Honorable Minister. But you're begging me, I might decide to accept or I might not. So it is even difficult for us to ask for an action taken report on a matter on which the powers are still with the minister 100%. So I'm at Reba, and I wanted to get time. I explained to you, Honorable colleagues, that we reduce on motions of urging. They put us in conflict with government, with the executive, because we have passed a resolution. The minister says, but I'm not obligated to implement. But Honorable Ministers, also, I think my guidance would be that for such a matters, let us always speak them out as substantive questions, and we put a minister to task to say we have a gap on this matter. Why don't you address it? And then we debate, we participate, and the minister is, but when you pass a resolution and you pass a resolution which is of no consequence, it's an absurdity. That would be my guidance as a.
If you allow, now, since that motion was urging, could we hear from the minister why did he at least
we urged you?
We urged you. Why have you failed to give us our money in time so that people can enjoy their collection?
Mr. Speaker, yes, I do remember vividly about the motion which was passed by this House. But whatever we are doing, all the actions we are making in this regard are pursuant to Section 29 and Section 30 of the Public Finance Management Act, which requires us to deposit all the monies of government into the consolidated fund. So I am constrained. Even when I was urged, I am constrained to act as per the wishes of the House.
Honorable Alop.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. First of all, to contextualize the motions of Parliament, they flow from the doctrine of separation of powers, right, Honorable Speaker, to my understanding. Namely, that Parliament, which is the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary, act with a degree of independency. And therefore, when we raise motions here, they should not be fettered by the overbearing power of the executive. And there's no legal bar in the rules or the constitution that stops parliament from passing comparing resolutions to the executive. There's no legal bar at all that would pass a resolution as parliament to compel government to act on a matter. Take an example. Whereas the minister is basing his argument on section 29 and 30, he's being oblivious of the command of section 29(3) of the Public Finance Management Act. The minister takes away levies, licenses, fines from markets and market dues. These, under the law, are supposed to remain with local governments. So will the minister state under which law does it take away levies, market dues, fines from local governments? Right, Honorable Speaker, that's why urban authorities are rotting away in a garbage, because the money from levies, from markets, are supposed to be reused to clean and make up all these obligations to the Ministry of Finance. For example, takes money in July from the local governments and returns in September. So how do you operate? So the motion, and that's why I am glad today that is recognizing the effectiveness of my shadow minister for local government, that he will not vacate this matter until you do your work, until you act within the law. Right, Honorable Speaker, the minister is acting outside the realm of the law in as far as these local revenues are concerned. The law is very clear. I can lend you my copy. Probably your copy is old. 29(3) is very clear. You cannot take away levies. You cannot take away small collections and fines, market dues from local government. Right, Honorable Speaker, I thought the minister must commit on to this and pronounce that he will not collect it again. And the speaker should, by instruction, tell local government to retain this money because the law allows them. I don't know, Speaker.
Thank you. Now, Honorable colleagues and Honorable Rope, we've had a discussion. If there is a law that conflicts with itself, it's the PFMA. The PFMA has very many issues where it gives and again takes away within the same law. You know, and I have shared with the Attorney General and the Minister that this is one law they need to look into and say of harmonizing. And come here, we urge with the line of putting it to the minister the way Rope, the way you have put it to the minister. That's a much better line. You know, minister, the law says this, but you're doing this, explain here. And we make it very clear, even when we are budgeting. We invoke our powers and we say, no, this money is being placed wrongly. We are placing it under the ministry, but the law says it should go to local governments. So let it remain with local governments, and we use our powers as parliament. But the moment we leave it at the liberty of the minister, through comparing motions and all that, colleagues will not be able. We have our powers, let us use our powers to take action here. Honorable Jonathan?
Right Honorable Speaker, where we have conflicts with our statutes, the Constitution gives us very good guidance. And whereas we have created the consolidated fund, if you read the article that creates consolidated fund was meant to receive monies or for on behalf of the central government. But under Article 191, which gives power to levy and appropriate taxes by local government, and even 192, if I can read briefly, 191 clause 1 says, local government shall have power to levy, charge, collect, and I want to underline the word collect, and appropriate fees and taxes in accordance with any law enacted by Parliament by virtue of Article 152. In clause 2, it says the fees and taxes to be levied, charged, collected, and appropriated under clause 1 of this article shall consist of rents, rates, royalties, stamps, duties, fees on registration, licensing, and any other fees and taxes that Parliament may prescribe. So even when we don't entertain the conflict in the PFMA, this constitution had not central government would take away the powers conferred upon the local government to collect for them. Where the local government needs to collect on behalf of the central government is provided under Article 192, where the money is exclusively for the use by central government. So, Mr. Speaker, you may retreat and appreciate this interpretation with the Attorney General, and thereafter be able to make pronouncement that should help our local governments get what is due to them.
Thank you.
The question of even coming and say the money must be sent back after a month or reconciled does not even arise if we are respecting the Constitution. And I know this minister respects the Constitution.
Thank you. But now, Honorable colleagues and Honorable Jonathan Odur, the arguments you are raising are the arguments we should have used when we are doing appropriation. It's not the minister who passed the budget. It is us. The minister gave us a proposal. We took his proposal. Why didn't we invoke all this and we put it directly at local governments? So we are the ones we did it. So I don't want to come here and I blame the minister. I put it on the minister. And I kept telling you, honorable colleagues, listen. I know the minister made very many proposals which we rejected here and many proposals which we accepted. This is one of those which we accepted. So please, let's go back. I will arrange a meeting between the Minister for Finance, the Attorney General, the ROP, and the Honorable Naruima, so that this issue is discussed and we get to find. No, let's conclude this one. Oh, please.
Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Local Government did not make any presentation taking away money from local governments. He did so by circular. And we changed that circular here as an illegality and an affront on the Constitution as raised by the Honorable Jonathan. So therefore, we made no mistake at appropriation. The local governments have their vote, and their votes are premised on their indicative figures. The minister by circular record their powers and we changed the legality of those powers, right, Honorable Speaker. I thought that record should be corrected.
Honorable Minister, because we need the clear record here. You did it through a circular. For us, we did our work well. Then through a circular, you record.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I think where we have reached, I need the services of the Attorney General.
Attorney General has just entered. Did you do it by circular? Because you see, ROP is correcting a record. Yes,
Mr. Speaker, my services as an accountant ends in as far as my submission
thank
and
you.
my understanding of Section 30.
Thank you. Now we shall go with the clarification of ROP that for us we appropriated rightly. You're the one who went and did what you did. But Attorney General has entered. I don't want to prolong this matter. I had already suggested we are going to have a meeting. Okay, so we are going to have a meeting over this matter. Honorable Gideon Tembo.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you. I rise on a matter of national importance. It involves a case of disaster in Katunguru. Katunguru is a fishing community in Lake Katwe, Kasese district. What happened, Right Honorable Speaker, that last week on 16th, a heavy hailstorm fell on the community, destroying homes and property, including goats, chicken, and ducks. And 19 homesteads were affected, 9 of them severely. And as I speak, Right Honorable Speaker, the affected persons are virtually internally displaced in the community and only living at the mercy of the Samaritans. My prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, I appeal to the office of the Prime Minister to take interest in this matter and provide relief to the affected persons and homesteads. I thank you.
Thank you. The Minister for Disaster comes and the public gallery this afternoon. We have students and teachers of Victor's Christian Junior School, Mukono Municipality. They are represented in Parliament by Honorable Namboze Betty Bakireke and Honorable Nevokera Hanifa. They've come to observe proceedings of this house, and please join me in welcoming them. If they could stand up. Thank you. Thank you. Also in the public gallery this afternoon, we have students and the teachers of Kiwango Umeya School from Mukono Municipality. They are represented in Parliament by Honorable Namboze Betty Bakireka and Honorable Navokera Hanifa. They've come to observe proceedings of this house. Please join me also in welcoming them. Honorable Minister for Disaster Preparedness.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm going to liaise with the Member of Parliament from Kasese, and we ensure that we get a report from the Chief Administrative Officer, who is the chairman of the District Disaster Committee, and we should be able to respond. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Dr. Eunice Apio, maiden speech. Colleagues, welcome our member, a new member.
Yes.
And no interruption, you know the rules on maiden speech.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for inviting me to give my maiden speech. I'm honored to be here, and I would like to thank very much the people of Oyam County North. My name is Eunice Otoko Apio. Can I proceed, Honorable
Please,
Speaker?
please, yes.
I would like to thank this Parliament for the warm welcome given me, and I would like to thank the Honorable Speaker, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to make my maiden speech. Firstly, I would like to give a brief tribute to my predecessors, all of them men of great repute, and I begin with our pioneering member of in the 1960s, the late Honorable Martin Aroma, whose constituency then covered majority or most of the constituencies in Lango currently, including mine. Right Honorable Speaker, we also had Professor Isaac Newton Ojok, whose stellar performance in the education sector in the 1980s, the first half of the 1980s, remains unrivaled. I would like also to recognize the Honorable Ben Wacha and the Honorable Crispus Ayena Odongo, who in their time diligently contributed in shaping development policies in this country. And Right Honorable Speaker, on a special note, I would like to recognize and appreciate very much my immediate predecessor, the late Honorable Kano Charles Machodwogo, for his contribution to this country. Kano Charles Machodwogo was brutally murdered, as we all know, in early May this year, and that deprived this country of the services of one of the most illustrious sons of Lango in the military in recent times. He will forever be remembered. Right Honorable Speaker, when my immediate predecessor passed on, he left behind a number of crucial issues that are important for my constituents. And I, as the current member of parliament, am now compelled to take them up. One of the issues that is very urgent, or that are very urgent, is the issue of a district hospital, which we don't have. Right Honorable Speaker, the highest level of a health service unit that we have in Oyam County North, in Oyam District at the moment, is a health center 4, which is a Nyeke Health Center 4. And this health facility currently serves more than 500,000 people, which is over and above the threshold of the population threshold for a district hospital. Our prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, is that the Ministry of Health government resources this health center 4, equips it properly, and elevates it to a district hospital so we can better serve our people of Oyam District. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I look forward to working with members of parliament in this August House across the divide for development of county and country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. Right, Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also welcome our colleague, my sister, Honorable Eunice Otuko. Congratulations for winning that seat. Right Honorable Speaker, in the budget of this year, which Parliament passed, I don't see, or we did not pass anything to do with the hospitals to be elevated in that constituency. But I request that maybe next year we can include it in our budget so that it can be worked on. I thank you.
You can welcome her with an ambulance. You said you have many ambulances.
Right, Honorable Speaker, if it is one of the districts that completely don't have an ambulance, maybe you might be on the list to get an ambulance.
Procedure, Honorable Numbers.
Right, Honorable Speaker, under our rules of procedure, in particular Rule 179, assurances and pledges and undertakings are made on the floor of this Parliament by the Prime Minister, who is the lead of government business, and we recorded them as that. The proper procedure, Right Honorable Speaker, with your permission, is that all assurances, time is attached to make them serious commitments. I would therefore like to know if it would not be procedural, okay, if the lead of government business would come out clearly to inform this House that this is clearly an assurance given to that constituency, and that district should wait for its hospital come next financial year. Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move. Thank you.
Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker, this parliament has the mandate to pass the budget. And it's the reason I said, maybe if you submit it next year, it will be this parliament to assure the people of Oyam that we have given you money to upgrade the hospital. So I don't do it as a person, but it is this parliament that passes the budget.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Honorable colleagues, please, just we know the right honorable cannot sit down here alone and decide. No, she has to go to cabinet. They get they go in finance. They look at the projections, the money available. I don't want us to make her really commit on something which she cannot commit on herself finally. But at least there is hope. Okay. Please, Honorable Koits. Honorable Tebandeke, as Honorable is coming, Honorable Numbers will take her on. Yes, and take note of that. She should appear before your committee. And the public gallery this afternoon, we have students and teachers of United Parents Primary School from Uganda district. They are represented in Parliament by Honorable Ningsima John Paul and Honorable Nomugisha Jane Kawajungu. They've come to observe proceedings of this house. Please join me in welcoming them. Kindly stand up if you are around. Yeah. Thank you. Honorable Tebandeke.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I raise a matter of national importance under Rule 49 of our Rules of Procedure. Right Honorable Speaker, on Friday, from Friday up to Sunday, my constituency experienced a serious road accident where I lost close to 12 people. Right Honorable Speaker, these include William Orama, Sebugwao, who was a teacher at Bugato Primary School, Chide Mugalu, Chibuka Paul, was a resident from Mitiana, but working in my constituency. Sam, a resident in Wabwoko. Right Honorable Speaker, the cause of the road accidents is as a result of the shoulder work done by UNRA under regular road maintenance as mandated. The kind of work done.
Honorable, such a conclusions, please. In Parliament, you don't make such a conclusions. And I have guided you on several occasions. Don't always rush to conclude. If there are accidents, you know the process, the procedure of investigation and all that. But now if you conclude now, it's not good, Honorable.
I decline it, Right Honorable Speaker.
You decline my guidance?
I withdraw the statement. Right Honorable Speaker, the kind of maintenance done is a mere collection of muddy and silty soils beside the road, which is heaped and compacted. And after the compaction is done, it lacks the maram that makes it a real concrete maram road for usage. And the road is very busy with the trucks that carry sugar canes all around regularly from Galilaya and so onwards. During sunny season, the dust is too much. The border borders, the cyclists, the bicycle riders, even the pedestrians cannot see from behind, neither in front. And this causes serious accident where people have lost lives. In my prayers, Right Honorable Speaker, I pray that the Ministry of Works and Transport accounts for such regular maintenance kind of work done by UNRA alongside Kayungabale Galilaya Road. Secondly, I also pray that government updates us on how far the engagements of upgrading this road has reached, because it is a road being used by very many investors. Even as I speak now, I guess there is someone being crushed by the truck. Right Honorable Speaker, because 12 in 3 days, that is an average of 3 people dying a day. Right Honorable Speaker, I also pray that as a norm of the government, can compensate these people who have died out of their own making, but maybe by the worker being.
Is it a norm? Is
Yes,
it a
it's,
norm by government to?
I've always seen the Prime Minister.
Governments don't work with norms, Honorable. Governments
Yes.
are very clear. You can request your people to be assisted, the families of victims.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I've already seen the Prime Minister and one of the musician artists, and also the President giving 5 million as a condolence to the families who are affected.
Yeah.
Right, Honorable Speaker, in the same manner, I pray that the people of Bale who have lost their dear ones, who have very many orphans, very many widows and widowers that right now are running without help.
Thank you.
I pray that government comes to their rescue and compensate them.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Minister for Works, Kayunga Gariraya Road. Okay, people are dying every day. Heaps of maram on the road. The road is really bad. When are you doing it? And what are you doing about this?
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I've heard from my own colleague. On behalf of government, we are sorry, but after here, I'm going to get in touch with you. We see if there are the heaps of madam there causing these accidents, we can work on that one very fast. Meanwhile, as we look the permanent, to work on the permanent situation that our people don't get accidents anymore. I'm going to get in touch with you after here. We sought to save our people. Thank you.
Please get in touch with the Honorable colleague. Right, Honorable, the member requested also to be assisted, the assistance of the victims, that the Prime Minister has been giving assistance, you know, that now it's even a norm. So can you extend that?
Right, Honorable Speaker, the honorable member said the president has been giving assistance. So we are going to pass on this information to His Excellency the President, and he will request for that. But it's
Next
not
item.
a norm.
Next item. Honorable Aisha.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I have a procedural matter that I've been struggling to understand. That is Rule 24 in relation to Rule 96 2B. Right Honorable Speaker, yes, being a procedural matter, okay. Right Honorable Speaker, when quorum of this House is constituted of members present in the House and others on Zoom, and when a matter is to be decided upon by a vote where people have to pronounce themselves through aye or nay, and a situation where people on Zoom are muted and yet are part of the quorum, I have been trying to understand how their decision could be considered in that situation. When people on Zoom are considered to be part of the quorum in the House, and the matter decided upon is through voice voting, people saying aye and nay. It's a matter I've been struggling to understand since yesterday, because the quorum here was part of people on Zoom. I beg for clarification.
Thank you. Honorable, that one shouldn't worry you. We made it very clear because Zoom is very technical. We always make it clear. The clerk has very clear instructions that when we are putting a question, okay, they unmute right away. That's how we do it, and that's a technical issue. So I listen wherever voices are coming from. I don't know how to differentiate a voice from Zoom, a voice from someone who is here, as long as the clerk unmutes. And yeah. So please, next item.
Item number 3, laying of papers. Item 3.1, report of the Committee on Foreign Affairs on an oversight to Mpondwe one-stop border post.
Chair.
Right Honorable Speaker, in accordance with Rule 34, Sub-Rule 1 of our Rules of Procedure, I beg to lay a report of the Committee of Foreign Affairs on an oversight visit to Mpondwe one-stop border post. Right Honorable Speaker, I lay. Right Honorable Speaker, in accordance with Rule 34, Sub-Rule 2 of our Rules of Procedure, I beg to present a brief summary of the report and highlight the key recommendations contained in the report of the committee. The committee undertook an oversight visit to Mpondwe one-stop border post.
No, Honorable, please. Please. Yes. Yes, you've laid. So when you lay, you sit. Yeah. 34.3, it's me to appoint the time for debate. And you have just laid the report. We haven't read it. How do we debate it? How do we get a summary and what we do? So we will go through that time. And we have that sorted, okay? Procedure, Honorable Soro.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Last Thursday, you guided the ministerial statement on the International Youth Day celebrations will be debated today on 23rd August, Wednesday, which is today. When I looked at the order paper, it's not there. I want to seek your indulgence, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Do we get a chance to debate this important section of the country?
Sure, Honor, we have, but I had very, very critical business, which I felt I should first handle. And then this is just a debate, no resolution to be made, but here we have business where we need resolutions. So I felt we should give it priority. So, but clerk, indeed, I had already instructed clerk to ensure it has time on the order paper. Together with the one of our committee for science and technology, also is supposed to be having space on the order paper. Yeah. Honorable Mwateka mwa procedure.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable. Right Honorable, we try to come to this house to make sure that we can put in our input. And sometimes we also have matters that are so burning that we come to your office, try put ourselves on a list that we may participate in the debate, especially the matter of national importance. So, Right Honorable, the procedure matter I'm raising, I wish under which criteria can be used to make sure that we can be part of the people who are supposed to contribute to this house. So is it procedurally right that some members can write and rewrite and be on your paper, but are not given an opportunity? I thank you, Right Honorable.
Honorable colleague, matters of national importance are provided for under my communication. That's number one. Number two, when you look at rules 41 to rule 45, you have very many avenues of bringing questions from Prime Minister to the ministers to chairpersons to all of them are provided for under the rules. And I think it goes even up to around rule 50, okay? Giving you all avenues. So raising questions does not only mean you wait for matters of national importance. You can raise those matters through all other rules. That's number one. Number two, honorable colleagues, I made it very clear I pick 5 questions, but today I've gone as far as 9. And from 2 p.m., it's now coming 4 p.m., we are still on matters of national importance, yet we have a substantive order paper. So please, I'm also going to remove the 5 I've been given, if that's how it's going to be judged. Because you don't come here to discuss only questions you ask. You come here to discuss the order paper for which from item 1 up to item number 9, item number 10, we are still on item number 3 because I gave you space to speak. Then I would rather do an order paper of only matters of national importance. So I'm sorry, Honorable, if your matter has not been picked, but today I have gone beyond the matters that I usually pick, which I usually fight. So next time, please, you will have a chance. Others have gotten a chance. Yes, Honorable Numbers of other procedure.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I thank you. Right, Honorable Speaker, I wish to draw your attention to the provisions of Rule 179.7. And I wish to quote Mr. Speaker. The rule provides that the Speaker shall allot time for members to raise specific government undertakings and assurances made in their constituencies. Right, Honorable Speaker. Some members have been asking that if an assurance is made in my constituency, how does it reach the floor of Parliament so that it can follow under the mandate of the Government Assurance Committee? But right, Honorable Speaker, this rule is very clear and it is mandatory. I wonder whether it wouldn't be procedurally okay, right, Honorable Speaker, for you to guide this House on when we can raise these assurances so that they can also be captured on the Hansard for further processing, right, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
These are the matters, colleagues, we are allowing you to raise. These are the matters. I will not provide a substantive item that this is for government undertakings. No, I will not. I only need to create space for you to be able to raise them. Now, I think what we need to put clear is that maybe, honorable colleagues, you can conclude your matter by saying the Committee on Government Assurance should look into this matter. And then the honorable Numbers and team will pick it up. So the style will depend on you, honorable. But why don't we move? I'm looking at the order paper. How will someone judge us when they look at the order paper? The business we've conducted. Honorable Pio?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The procedural matter I'm raising is that on the order paper, we have a number of committee reports where their recommendations and action taken reports will need to be provided as per Rule 2020. However, Right Honorable Speaker, in the last session—
Rule 220, not 2020.
Yes, Rule 220. We had several committee reports that were presented, recommendations were adopted. However, till date, action taken reports have not been provided. One of the key reports is the report from the Committee of East African Affairs on the delayed payment of the former employees of the East Africa community. You had directed that action to be taken report again within 1 month. It's now 6 months. And some of these senior citizens have died. Right Honorable Speaker, payment delayed is payment denied. The procedural issue I'm raising is that will it be procedurally right that we have action taken reports to be provided for this particular committee recommendations? But secondly, for all the committee reports that were presented last year, adopted, why don't we have it provided for that we get the Prime Minister compiles all of them and we have action taken reports? It will avoid us raising some of the issues that we are continuously raising as a matter of national importance. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Dr. Pierre, that's a very, very good point. But we usually phase our legislative process. At the time after the budget, what do? We have a time which, of course, we don't announce it here, but in our planning, we say we have a time for accountability committee reports. We have a time for bills, handling bills. We have a time for recess. We do have a time for action taken reports. You remember the other time when, I think it is around 3 months ago, when we handled nearly all action taken reports. But that's very, very important because like for the East African community, I read in papers that money again went back to the consolidated fund. But people are saying, you have not paid us. So, and the ministry is saying, no, the people we received and verified, we paid. The money which went back are for people who never turned up. So it's a very, very important matter we should look into. We help these citizens, these senior citizens of ours. So clerk, pick out that item and ensure we get a report. Right Honorable Prime Minister, take up the matter. We need action taken reports on issues on resolution that we made. Clerk, extract all resolutions and communicate to the Prime Minister so that we get these reports from the ministers. Yes or no, Martin Muzare?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the procedural matter I'm raising is in regard to the 1 billion that was sent to the districts. Right Honorable Speaker, in this very house, we adopted a resolution from the Committee of Infrastructure in regard to management of that money. The Minister of Finance has already sent some money to the district. And the clerk wrote actually to the Minister of Local Government to circulate that resolution. But up to today, it has not been done. The money is with the districts. Actually, in respect to my district, we had a meeting and we told the district not to tamper with that money until the circular reaches the district. Up to today, the money is still held up at the accounts of the district, but the circular is not yet there. Therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm seeking for your guidance in regard to that circular.
Honorable Minister for Works, do you have any latest information on that issue? Because I remember the Right Honorable Speaker gave guidance on that matter on the floor. Don't know how far you've reached.
Right Honorable Speaker, it is true at first the mandate was with us, but when the Parliament passed a resolution and gave the powers to local government, we had a joint interministerial meeting with finance, local government and us. Then the Minister of Local Government is writing a circular to the districts on how to utilize this money. And very soon it will move to the districts.
Please, we need that urgent. The problem is on terminology, okay? Where by government wanted that money to be for rehabilitation. And we are saying on rehabilitation, where the work will even look the same, you will do around 50 kilometers, okay? And for us, we are saying it should be for maintenance. Because if it's for maintenance, it can even do 300, 400 kilometers. If my district, you have been giving it only 360 million for maintenance. Now, if you added us 1 billion for maintenance, then we would do well. I don't know which roads you're coming to rehabilitate in these areas. But colleagues, I don't want to open this debate. Honorable Minister, on Tuesday, we need a statement on this, and you would have finished with local governments. Honorable Minister for local governments, I don't know where you've reached, but on Tuesday we need this sorted. Minister for local government.
Right Honorable Speaker, we are on final touches. We promise Tuesday the statement will be here.
Thank you. Next item. No, colleagues, I've handled 5 procedure matters following each other. I'm not having a session for procedure.
Item number 3.2, laying of papers, report of the delegation of Parliament of Uganda to the 66th session of the OACP Parliamentary Assembly and the 43rd session of the OACS EU Joint Parliamentary Assembly held from 19th to 29th June 2023 in Brussels, Belgium.
No, I was the head of delegation. I've looked at this statement. There was something to correct on it. So I requested that they first correct it and then we do Tuesday. Next item.
Item number 4, motion for resolution of Parliament to authorize government to borrow. To authorize government to borrow up to unit of accounts 125.6 million equivalent to euros 147.67 million from the African Development Fund,
0.69. 0.69.
0.69 million from the African Development Fund, and unit of accounts 50 million, equivalent to euros 59 million from the African Development Bank, and euros 25.9841 million from the Corporate Internalization Fund of Spain for the refurbishment of Kampala-Malaba meter gauge railway project.
Honorable Minister for Finance.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move a motion to authorize government to borrow up to units of account 125.16 million, an equivalent of euros 147.69 million from the African Development Fund, and units of account 50 million, equivalent to euros 59 million from the African Development Bank, and euros 25.9841 million from the Corporate Internationalization Fund of Spain for the refurbishment of the Kampala-Malaba meter gauge railway project. I beg to move.
Is the motion seconded? Honorable Namyangu, Honorable Keyo, Honorable Kafuzi, Right Honorable Nakadama, Honorable Mulimba, Honorable Chemongis, Honorable Mateke, Ajumani, Bujiri, Injiro, Chibadia. Thank you. Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair of the committee, because all these reasons were handed over to the committee. And therefore, that's what the chair is going to present on.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Chair, 15
Right Honourable
minutes enough
Speaker.
for you.
Right Honourable Speaker, I'll try to summarize. Right Honourable Speaker, before I present the report of the Committee on National Economy on the proposal by government to borrow up to units of accounts 125.16 million, equivalent to 147.69 million from the African Development Fund, and units of accounts 50 million, equivalent to 59 million euros from the African Development Bank, and euros 25.9841 million from the Corporate Internationalization Fund of Spain for the refurbishment of the Kampala-Malaba meter gauge railway project. I beg to lay the report of the committee and the minutes of the committee for the same. Right Honourable Speaker, on the 4th of May, 2023, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development presented to Parliament a proposal by government to borrow up to 125 million units of accounts from the African Development Fund and euros 65 million from the African Development Bank and 25.9841 million from the Corporate Internationalization Fund of Spain for the refurbishment of the Kampala meter gauge railway project, and it was referred to the Committee on National Economy. The committee considered the proposal and now begs to report. Right Honourable Speaker, on the 11th of May 2021, that was at the tail end of the 10th Parliament, Parliament passed a resolution authorizing government to borrow up to units of accounts 179.56 million, equivalent to 216 million euros from the African Development Fund, and units of accounts 69.94 million, equivalent to 84.41 million from the African Development Bank, and units of accounts 21.653, equivalent to 25.984 million from the Corporate Internationalization Development Fund, Fund of Spain for the refurbishment of the Kampala-Malaba meter gauge railway project. In the letter dated 25th of May 2022, 1 year later, the loan was approved by Parliament, and African Development Bank informed the Ministry of Finance of the changes of the loan amounts. Accordingly, the bank's communication, the loan amount was reduced to introduce the grant as indicated in the table. Honorable members, I will not go through the table, but you can see the figures of the loan that was reduced. The loan from the African Development Fund was reduced by 66.7 million euros, and they introduced a grant element of about 53.45 million euros. And the loan from African Development Bank was reduced by 19.441 million euros. You can go through. The source of information is the draft financing agreement and the letter from the African Development Bank Group on the loan and the grant. The introduction of the new source in the form of a grant of units of accounts 44.54 million, that is equivalent to 53.44 million euros, reduces the total loan amount expected to finance the meter gauge railway project from the African Development Bank Group from 249.5 million, that is 92%, to 223.38 million, that is 81%. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee had meetings with the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. We engaged Minister of Works and Transport, Uganda Railway Corporation, and then the Sector Committee on Physical Infrastructure. The committee went as far as reviewing the documents that were provided to the committee that included the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development's brief on the loan request, the report from the Committee on Physical Infrastructure, the Public Finance Management Act, Act 2015, and a number of other documents, including reviewing the resolution.
Honorable, observations, please.
Okay. Right Honorable Speaker, I oblige. The committee also had some field visits. We visited the factory, the concrete plant factory. Let me go straight away. I believe members will be in position to read and internalize the other bit of the loan.
We don't read from here. By now we should have read. That's why I'm saying you go to observation.
Right Honorable Speaker, the committee had 5 observations and made recommendations based on these observations. Observation number 1 was the vandalism and theft of the railway infrastructure. The committee was informed that large portions of the railway infrastructure across the country has been destroyed by theft and vandalism. The problem has been encouraged by the increased number of industries that use railway sleepers as a raw material for manufacturing steel products. There are some people who have become accustomed to earning a living by stealing the metallic rails and turning them into scrap. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee further was informed that Uganda Railway Corporation and the police is adequately equipped with the security personnel to manage enforcement. For the Uganda Railway Corporation to curb the challenge of vandalism, it requires adequate funds for regular monitoring and enforcement to protect the railway and its infrastructure. The committee was informed that as a way of curbing down the problem of vandalism, there was a need to replace the current metallic sleepers with the concrete sleepers, which are not prone to theft by the scrap dealers. The committee made the following recommendations. Uganda Railway Corporation and the Uganda Railway Police should be adequately facilitated to be able to patrol, protect the railway the railway infrastructure and detect theft in real time, and so that the criminals can be arrested and dealt with adequately. A government should consider to an upward revision in the legal penalties for vandalism of railway assets in order to make them stringent enough to deter the vice of vandalism of the rehabilitated railway network. Observation number 2 is the reduction of the funding to the reduction in funding towards the project. The committee observed that the total project cost for the project is estimated at euros 330 million to cater for both the civil works and consultancy as indicated in Annex 1. In 2021, the 10th Parliament was informed that the project was to be financed through the loan proceeds with government counterpart funding covering the shortfall of 2.9 million euros as indicated in the table below. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm not going to read the table. The committee was concerned that the loan amount proposed to be borrowed from the African Development Bank and the African Development Fund under the new terms is lower than the previously approved loan amount to be utilized in the implementation of the same project, even though the African Development Fund has now introduced a grant of 53.7 million euros. The overall amount expected from both the creditor has been reduced by 32.67 million euros. Moreover, the grant amount indicates that the units of account 15.26 million, which is 30% of the grant amount, is towards compensation of the project affected persons, further reducing the total funding to the project works. Given that the project funding for ADB and ADF is now expected to reduce by 32.67 million euros, the committee expresses concerns over its implications on the project's implementation, as this reduction would ordinarily affect the project scope. Moreover, the certificate of financial implication availed to the committee indicated government's commitment to avail the 2.92 million euros as a counterpart funding towards the project, which was sufficient with the financing terms of the creditor in 2021. In addressing this concern, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development informed the committee that even with the noted reduction in funding, the resources being proposed would be sufficient to implement the refurbishment of the Kampala-Malaba meter gauge railway project. The Minister of Finance then gave a verbal commitment to the committee that for any cost overruns that will necessitate additional funding for this project, the government of Uganda's domestic resources would be provided to ensure a completion of the project. The committee recommends that in order to facilitate oversight to this project, the ministry, the Honorable Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development should provide Parliament with a formal commitment of the government to provide counterpart funding towards the project in light of the new financing terms from the creditor, in order to give Parliament assurance that the Kampala-Malaba meter gauge railway project should be implemented as originally planned without any changes in the project scope. Right Honorable Speaker, observation number 3, compensation of the project affected persons. The committee observed that 3.05 of the draft loan agreement between the government of Uganda and the African Development Bank, and section 405.05 of the draft loan agreement between government of Uganda and the African Development Bank both relate to the conditions for disbursement for works involving resettlement. both agreements indicate that the obligation of the creditor is to disburse the loan for works that involves resettlement to be financed by the borrower shall be subject to the satisfaction of the following conditions. 1A, submission of a satisfactory evidence that all project affected persons in respect of the civil works in a given lot have been compensated or resettled in accordance with the environmental and social management plan, the resettlement action plan, and the agreed works and compensation schedule, and the bank's safeguard policies prior to the commencement of civil works in such sections, and in any case before the PAP's actual move and or taking off land and related assets. B, in lieu of paragraph A above, the submission of a satisfactory evidence indicating that the resources allocated for the compensation or resettlement of the PAPs have been deposited in a dedicated account in a bank acceptable to the fund or bank, or remitted to the trust third party acceptable to the fund or bank, where the borrower can prove to the satisfaction of the bank that compensation or settlement of the PAP in accordance with paragraph A above shall not be undertaken fully or partially because of the following reasons. 1, the identification of the PAPs by the borrower is not feasible or possible. 2, ongoing litigation involving the PAPs and or affecting the compensation or settlement exercise. 3, any other reason beyond the control of the borrower as discussed and agreed with the fund or the bank. The project resettlement action plan was carried out in the 2 sections and reported in 2 separate reports. Volume 1 relates specifically to the Malaba-Namamve section of the meter gauge line, while volume 2 focuses on the Kampala and Wakiso area of the line, which includes Kampala, Portibel, Namamve, Nalukulongo, Kiengera lines. According to the plans, although the land belongs to Uganda Railway Corporation, it is expected that land users and occupants will be entitled to compensation of the trees and potential crops and structures in accordance with the Ugandan law. The compensation relates for crops and buildings of non-permanent structure were determined under section 59, subsection 1, paragraph F of the Land Act by the District Land Board of the respective local governments from Kampala to Tororo that are updated on an annual basis. The 2 PAPs indicate, the two RAPs indicate that the total estimated cost of compensation of the project affected person and the cost of the implementation of the RAPs for the entire project is 143.5 billion Uganda shillings, with Namamve to Malaba section accounting to 24% of the compensation cost, while Kampala and Wakiso accounting for 76%. The committee noted that out of the required 143 billion Uganda shillings for compensation of PAPs, the grant amount, the grant from the African Development Bank is only providing for 15.9 million euros, which is equivalent to 63.65 billion Uganda shillings, using an exchange rate of $1 to 4,000 Uganda shillings. The government has not committed to avail additional 79.9 billion that is required to to complete the compensation of the PAPs during the project life. And instead has indicated that funding required for the financial year 2023-2024, leaving outer years without commitment. The approved budget for 2023-2024 for the land acquisition under the project is Uganda shillings 3.915 billion and external funding of 8.563 billion. The committee was concerned that government lost the grant funding for the EU of 26 million euros towards the rehabilitation of the railway, of the Tororo meter gauge railway, because government did not provide the required counterpart funding of 13 million euros. And now government has to fully fund the rehabilitation of the Tororo Gulu meter gauge railway. Moreover, during the budgeting process, the counterpart funding always appears as a funding gap, implying it was of among the priorities of the sector. Consequently, government is now going to spend double of the government would have to spend had the counterpart funding been availed. The committee recommends that the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development commits to provide for the 79.9 million Uganda shillings needed to fully compensate the PAPs over the project life to enable disbursement of the loan proceeds as per the funding agreement and avoid the repeat of what happened to the grant under the rehabilitation of the Tororo Gulu meter gauge railway line. Government should free all the railway land from encroachers to guarantee the timely implementation of this project. This will ultimately minimize the government's expenditure on compensating people who encroached the railway line. The policy, legal, and institutional framework. The committee noted that during the policy, legal, and institutional framework of the railway subsector is not conducive to the growth of the subsector. There is a need for a comprehensive policy, legal, and institutional framework of the railway subsector with a view of making the policy, legal, and institutional framework responsive to the current prevailing and dynamic needs of Uganda, characterized by the rapid economic, social, and cultural development. For example, the Uganda Railway Corporation's current organization structure is a major constraint as a department structure is not appropriate for a modern railway, as a business focus is needed. In addition, Uganda Railway Corporation Act 1992 did not foresee the management and regulatory policy for the inclusion of other players in the railway transport. The Act is silent on the mandate, function, and management of the new actor in the railway business. At present, there exists a new stakeholders within the railway transport service delivery, like the Standard Gauge Railway Company, which was not envisaged at the time the Act was enacted in 1992. The committee recommends as follows. Government fast tracks the long-awaited reforms of the Uganda Railway Corporation Act, CAP 331, in order to establish and investigate the legal issues, gaps, and challenges that continue to stifle operations under the Uganda Railway Corporation Act, as well as the issues curtailing the implementation of the Act over the 31-year period since its enactment. Adopt guidelines for the railway subsector to cover safety, security, infrastructure financing, qualified staff, and quality services. The last one, Right Honorable Speaker, the development of the railway infrastructure. The committee observed that a well-developed railway network contributes to the socio-economic development of a country as it enables connectivity, boosts trade, and provides access to workplaces, healthcare services, and leisure activities, among others. The development of a dependable railway transport infrastructure facilitates the mobility and accessibility of a country's factors of production and at the same time reduces environmental degradation. This ultimately would boost and enhance trade, tourism, and improves the general standards of living. The committee notes that over the past decades, government accorded high priority to road transport over rail transport infrastructure development. Cargoes that would ordinarily be transported on rail lines is now routed on the road network. In essence, this has contributed to high costs of doing business, as well as increasing the road maintenance needs and costs. The committee was informed that limited investment in railway network is attributed to high initial investment costs needed to set up a railway investment and management system. The East African community undertook to invest and set up the standard gauge railway, which is expected to improve regional connectivity. Whereas the standard gauge railway is a good investment, a good investment, member states will still need the meter gauge railway to complement the standard gauge railway for purposes of last mile connectivity. In light of this, the committee noted the need to rehabilitate the existing meter gauge railway lines across the country in places where the standard gauge railway has not been planned to be routed. The committee was informed that it is the wish of the Uganda Railway Corporation to carry out serious development of the railway network so as to reduce the traffic burden on the existing highway roads that are narrow. This, however, requires more funding to be able to refurbish the remaining railway lines of Kampala, Kasese, Tororo, Gulu, Pakwach, among others, which is not available at the moment. The committee was further informed that the government of Uganda contracted a Spanish contractor to manufacture concrete sleepers for part of the railway line under rehabilitation. The same company has established a railway training school located at Nalukulongo to train and equip the Ugandan engineers with railway engineering knowledge. This implies that at the end of the contract period, the company will close the business and goes back. The committee recommends that the government fast tracks the implementation of the standard gauge railway to enable Uganda move in tandem with the East African partner states. 2, at the end of the contract period of Imathia Construction Company, government invests in concrete sleepers production plant fully equipped and owned by government of Uganda to facilitate production of concrete sleepers for rehabilitation and construction of other railway lines across the country. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker, the proposal by government to borrow up to units of accounts 125.16 million, equivalent to 150 million euros from the African Development Fund, and units of accounts 54.17 million, equivalent to 65 million euros from the African Development Bank for the refurbishment of the Kampala-Malaba meter gauge railway project be approved, subject to the recommendations therein. I beg to report, Right Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you and your committee. Now, Honorable colleagues, I read through both reports. most of the issues are clearly related and around counterpart funding, around RAPs and all that. So we shall find we are repeating ourselves during debate. If we are to report debate one, we go to another. My guidance would be that we also receive the report for Kampala Metropolitan, since the issues and the funders are closely related, and then we debate at once. But then when we go to resolutions, we shall put separate resolutions for each run. Okay? Thank you. Now, before, yes, clerk, for next item, and let the clerk capture the whole report on the answer, not the summarized version, for future reference. Yes, honorable number there.
Mr. Speaker, sir, as much as we are working through different committees of parliament, we continue to remain in one house, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm standing here seeking guidance from you on how best to proceed under the activities of the Government Assurances and Implementations Committee. My deputy led the committee into finding out the status of the assurance to construct the standard gauge railway between Tororo and Gulu. The committee was fully funded by Parliament, and it made a report that was handed in to the clerk. As my colleague was reading the report before us, I discovered that there are so many areas that were touched by the Government Assurances and Implementation Committee about that matter. And because a lot of time was invested and resources in that matter, the committee made several findings about that matter, Mr. Speaker, sir. The guidance now I'm seeking, Mr. Speaker, is whether it would not have been procedural okay for the committee that is making the presentation while we are seeking a new loan to reconcile with their report with ours, so that it would please you, Right Honorable Speaker, if the two reports could come at the same time and be discussed together, so that one can enrich the other as Parliament takes a decision about this matter. I so beg to be guided, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Namboze. I really appreciate your observation. And as a parliament, we work in an integrated form. We don't work in silence, okay? But now, when you look at the loan we are considering, this is for purposes of completing our process with the funder only. Issues to do with implementation and oversight, they will go on. They'll go on, but this is for purposes because the funder requires it. Okay, the funder says, I need a resolution that Parliament has allowed you to borrow, and then I release money. That does not take away our responsibility, and that's why, according to our rules, it is the sectoral committee that is provided for under our rules that we must consult with the sectoral committee where the project falls. So if that was done, then the Committee on National Economy now goes ahead and does the report. But that does not mean that the issues you have identified are swept under the carpet, and we are going to ensure we give you space quickly before they even go further. And these issues are raised so that the minister, as he's preparing, he also considers your issues, honorable member. Thank you. Clerk.
Item number 5, motion for resolution of Parliament to authorize government to borrow up to special drawing rights 374.8 million, equivalent to US dollars 518 million, from the International Development Association of the World Bank Group and receive a grant of special drawing rights, 34.8 million, equivalent US dollars 48 million, from the International Development Association of the World Bank Group, and also borrow up to euro 40 million, equivalent to US dollars 42.66 million, from the AFD to finance the Greater Kampala Metropolitan Area Urban Development Program.
Thank you. Now, Honorable Minister, as you come, Honorable Minister, I need you to make a clarification to the House, which will settle the minds of our colleagues here. We saw the statement from the World Bank. Of course, I saw it in detail. By the time I put it on the order paper, I first assessed and made a judgment, but we need confirmation from you as a minister that indeed this is not one of the affected runs before we proceed. You can first give us that assurance, then I will allow you to move your motion. No, please, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is true, on the 8th of August this year, the World Bank Group issued a statement in which they informed us that no new public financing to Uganda will be presented to their board of executive directors until efficacy of the additional measures to ensure inclusion and non-inclusion has been tested. Right Honorable Speaker, on 31st of May 2022, the World Bank Board approved the Greater Kampala Metropolitan Area Urban Development Program, and this approval is scheduled to expire on 30th November 2023. Therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, the assurance I want to give this House is that the Greater Kampala Metropolitan Area project is not among the projects affected by the World Bank statement. It is therefore proper that we consider the project and process it to enable the executive to start implementation.
Thank you. I think that's very clear. It's the statement was referring to new projects. So all projects which have already been approved by the World Bank, to my understanding, including some which are not yet even here, but were approved by the board, will be brought here so that we continue. The expiry means parliamentary approval. By that time, we need to have approved as parliament so that the project can go on. Honourable Minister, move your motion.
Mr. Speaker, before I move a motion and further to your guidance, we have a number of projects in the pipeline which the board of the World Bank has already approved, which we shall be taking to cabinet and subsequently to the House, which have no effect of the recent decision by the World Bank. I thought I would also add this clarification. Mr. Speaker, with this, I now beg to move a motion to authorize government to borrow up to special drawing rights 374.8 million, equivalent to US dollars 518 million, from the International Development Association of the World Bank Group, and receive a grant of special drawing rights 34.8 million, an equivalent of US dollars 48 million, from the International Development Association of the World Bank Group, and also borrow up to 40 million euros, an equivalent of 42.66 million, from Agency Franchise Development, ADF, to finance the Greater Kampala Metropolitan Area Urban Development Program. I beg to move, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. The motion seconded. I'm looking for MPs from Kampala. Honorable Wanika. Engineer Nakawa. Yes. Honorable Numbers is here. Honorable Hildaman. Wakiso. Honorable Mara. Honorable Minister for Defense, Minister for Kampala, Minister for Roads, Honorable Namuyangu, and Honorable Ranya, Honorable Max Ochai, Patience. Wow. Honorable Kayondo and Honorable Taringa. Yeah. Oh, I said all of us. I don't know what that means. Yes, so Honorable Chair, 15 minutes straight to the salient issues. Honorable, no one that has issues he wants to raise.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to lay on table a letter of clearance from the President as far as this loan is concerned. And I want to lay on table the minutes of the committee in processing this loan. Right Honorable Speaker, this is a report of the Committee on National Economy on the proposal by government to borrow up to special drawing rights at 374.8 million, equivalent to US dollars 518 million from the International Development Association, IDA, the World Bank Group, and receive a grant of special drawing rights 34.8 million, equivalent to $48 million from the International Development Association, IDA of the World Bank Group, and also borrow up to 40 million euros, equivalent to $42.66 million from the Agency Franchise Development to finance the Greater Kampala Metropolitan Area Urban Development Program. Right Honorable Speaker, this loan is going to benefit a number of local governments, Kampala, capital city, Makinde Sabagabo, Nansana municipality, Mukono municipality, Chira municipality, Wakiso district, the Mukono district, then Mpigi and Entebbe municipality. And a total of 550 kilometers will be constructed, tarmacked in those various local governments, in addition to the other deliveries. In terms of the loan, the $518 million can be as a grace period of 6 years and 38 years of maturity. It can be read there by members. Then the second loan, which is 40 million euros, has a grace period of 7 years and a maturity of 25 years with interest rate of 1%. Details can be read by members. The constitutionality of the loan, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the first loan, which is 518 million euros, is highly concessional at 46% in terms of grant element. Then the second, which is 40 million euros, is the 41% concessional in terms of grant element at a discount rate of 5% per annum. Right Honorable Speaker, in terms of budget implications, the project is included in the financial year 2023-24 approved budget. And in terms of economic benefit and return of the project,
given that the Greater Kampala metropolitan area will invest 80% of the loan in mobility, accessibility, and connectivity, the benefit cost ratio for the program at a 12% discount rate is calculated to be 5.7 net present value. So the program, the loan has a higher rate of return. In terms of project implementation arrangement, there's going to be a central coordination team involving different local governments, in addition to Ministry of Local Government and the KCCA. The current debt situation, Right Honorable Speaker, the loan will definitely impact our current debt situation, but at a later date, we shall present performance of loans and the other issues. Right Honorable Speaker, in presenting and processing this loan, we visited all the benefiting local governments and also held meetings with the Sectoral Committee on Presidential Affairs. So we are at tandem with that committee. Observations and recommendations. The committee observed that during the committee field interactions with KCCA and the 8 Greater Kampala local governments, it was noted that there was limited progress made by these entities towards having in place all detailed designs, BOQs, right-of-way, fully acquired, perhaps fully compensated and relocated, continuous sub-project sites free of encumbrances, in order to make them available for handover to contractors who will be awarded civil works contracts for the infrastructure projects. Wakiso District Local Government had 36% of all required road designs for selected sub-projects ready. KCCA had 55.5% of all the required road and drainage designs ready. Kira Municipal Council had 30% of all the required road designs for selected sub-projects ready. Makinde Sawagabo, 65%. Mukono Municipality, 36%. Entebbe Municipality, 50%. Nansana Municipality, 61%. And the local government of Mpigi and Mukono did not have any completed road designs for the selected projects under the program. This was attributed to resource constraints that have hindered them from undertaking the required program implementation. Readiness activities, especially the preparation of detailed designs and availability of necessary certificates from National Environmental Management Authority, NEMA, to confirm that all the environmental standards required have been complied with before construction. The committee recommends as follows. The Ministry of Kampala and the 8 metropolitan local governments and the 3 districts should fast track the completion of all the pending detailed designs for the priority infrastructure sub-projects that will be worked on under this program in order to make them ready for civil works implementation. Recommendation 2, government should establish a joint physical planning unit for Greater Kampala metropolitan area to be able to address the challenges, size, and standardization of the roads. 3, in addition, KCCA and 8 metropolitan local governments should also ensure that all pending BOQs, right-of-way acquisition, compensation of projects affected persons where applicable, relocation of utility lines, and availability of necessary certificates of NEMA to confirm that all the environmental standards requirements have been complied with before construction are concluded in advance to guarantee the timely implementation of the infrastructure sub-projects. 12.2, program coordination. The committee observed that under the Uganda decentralization policy framework, the deliveries of urban services are devolved to local governments that are independent corporate legal entities. Until recently, districts and municipal governments integrate the nation. The result has been uncoordinated investments, lack of synergies, and limited economies of scale in service provision. 2, although the capacity to implement the various activities under the program do exist in KCC and 8 metropolitan local governments, there is low capacity for coordinated metropolitan planning and management to ensure the achievement of a metropolitan logic. Currently, each of the 9 Greater Kampala metropolitan area subnational entities are operating as an independent corporate entity. The KCCA Metropolitan Local Government Councillors, elected representatives, and the Metro Development Forum will monitor program implementation and provide oversight function at KCCA and the Metropolitan Local Government level. The recommendation, KCCA and the 8 metropolitan local governments should, as a matter of fact, agree that working together across jurisdiction is an essential principle for the future development of the Greater Kampala metropolitan area. This should be a deliberate commitment of these beneficiary entities under this program. 2, the Ministry of Kampala Capital City Authority and Metropolitan Affairs should ensure that there is strong multi-agency coordination, intensive contract management, rigorous due diligence, appropriate resettlement action plan implementation, establishment and maintenance of functioning grievances redress mechanisms, and extensive communication strategies during the implementation of this program. In order to decongest the western, northern, and eastern routes of the metropolitan, the Chira-Nsangi circular roads should be completed. The segment of Matuga, Wakiso, Tubulova, and Nsangi should be included in the project. Further, the Jokers Mukono road be included in the project. Government should establish a one-stop metropolitan physical planning unit in order to coordinate joint physical plans of the Greater Kampala metropolitan area. This will ensure standardization of works and value for money. The political leaders in the KCC and 8 metropolitan local governments should have a strong commitment in supporting the development objective of this Greater Kampala Metropolitan Urban Development Program support. The strong commitment to help in the improving communication between stakeholders, as well as mediation between communities and local governments, in addition to enhancing transparency, accountability, and participation by all key stakeholders during the implementation of this program. Government should table to this House a comprehensive traffic decongestion plan for Greater Kampala metropolitan area. Government should consider establishing a new planned city to serve as a new development hub, fully served with utilities. This will motivate and attract planned investment, settlement, and will in one way or the other decongest the Kampala city. 12.3, capacity of the Ministry, Kampala Capital City Authority and Metropolitan Affairs to coordinate development and management. The committee observed that a well-functioning metropolitan area is a result of more than the sum of well-performing local governments. There is therefore a need to align the incentives and provide for territorial logic to responsibilities and mandates already performed by KCCA and the Greater Kampala Metropolitan local governments under the decentralization policy framework. The government approved the structure of this new ministry, and recruitment are ongoing, and a substantive accounting officer was appointed. The committee recommends the following. 1, the government should fast track the revision of the policy and legal framework for the development and management of the Greater Kampala metropolitan area in order to avoid overlaps in the mandates with sector ministries, departments, and agencies, and the Kampala Capital City Authority. 2, government should strengthen the capacity of the Ministry of Kampala and Metropolitan Affairs through the filling of all the vacant posts as per its approved structure during the implementation of this program to enable the entity to exercise its coordination and oversight role of the Greater Kampala Metropolitan Area Economic Development Strategy 2020-2030. 12.4 legal covenants of the credit financing agreement. The committee observed that in order for the loan to become effective upon approval by Parliament, financing agreements requires government to have recruited or designated the following key staff for the program support team. 1, program coordinator. 2, 2 registered engineers, at least one of whom shall be a civil engineer. 3, procurement specialist. 4, financial management specialist. 5, a physical planner. 6, a monitoring and evaluation specialist. 7, an environmental specialist, a social development specialist, a communication specialist, and a local economic development specialist, all with qualifications, experience, and terms of reference satisfactory to the association. The committee recommends the following. The Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development and the Ministry of Kampala, Capital City and Metropolitan Affairs should ensure that all the loan effectiveness conditions are timely fulfilled in order to trigger the timely effectiveness and disbursement of the credit for the program objectives to be met as planned. 12.5, sustainability of infrastructures to be financed by the program. The committee observed that 1, although KCC and the metropolitan local governments do have the technical capacities to implement the program, there are substantial risks associated with their inability to mobilize own source of revenue to meet the operating costs for the infrastructures to be financed under the program. 2, this inability to collect enough own source revenue is mainly attributed to actions by central government, which on many occasions do undermine the ability of local governments to collect adequate own source revenue. Such actions in the past included abolition of certain taxes and pronouncing blanket exemptions for other revenue sources, such as property rates on owners occupied residential houses. 3, a number of roads constructed in the country are failing to reach their designed life, partly due to inadequate maintenance, among others. The budget for Uganda Road Fund has been declining over the past years, while that of road construction has been on the increase. This implies that the increasing paved road network puts pressure on the diminishing road maintenance budget, a situation where more roads added to the network are competing for a reducing road maintenance budget. 4, the quality of roads constructed by some companies has been a concern. Some roads designed for 15 years fail within 5 years, and this cannot just be attributed to maintenance of the roads. Other failure of roads leads to higher cost maintenance costs, as a road that would require routine maintenance would now require periodic maintenance or reconstruction earlier than expected. 5, the program intends to have markets constructed in the selected areas. However, the design of these markets is not yet ready. A number of markets across the country were constructed. However, their utilization remains below capacity, and yet the maintenance of these markets relies on the revenues collected from the markets. The underutilization of some of these markets is attributed to the design of the markets, which acts as a hindrance as it does not favor the products to be sold. The committee recommends as follows. 1. KCCA and 8 metropolitan local governments undertake revenue administration systems that are convenient, cost-effective, and promote compliance by citizens to pay taxes through investing in tax administration reforms that targets those revenue sources that have high yields. 2. KCC and 8 metropolitan local governments should explore the introduction of simple tolling mechanisms among some of the strategic priority roads in Greater Kampala metropolitan area. These mechanisms will contribute to meeting the operating costs for the infrastructure to be financed under the program. Government should increase funding towards maintenance of the road network in the country, since the newly constructed roads are to be maintained with the available funding under Uganda Road Fund. Minister of KCCA should ensure that the contractors chosen to carry out works under this program have a proven history of quality works to minimize on the cost of maintaining the outputs after construction. The ministry should ensure that the design of the markets under the program factors in the preferences of intended market vendors to ensure that they are fully utilized upon completion and becoming self-sustaining. 12.6 value for money. The committee observed the following. 1. KCC and 8 metropolitan local governments will have to achieve value for money when delivering the infrastructure developments. The IDA program credit and grant fund, that's US dollars, $566 million, will be disbursed to KCC and the 8 metropolitan local governments through a set of disbursement-linked indicators linked to the program development objective. These will be assessed annually by the Office of the Auditor General and will focus on 3 parameters, namely economy, quality, and whether the investment service has been provided at a competitive unit cost. Efficiency, whether the investment service has been delivered in a timely manner. And effectiveness, whether the investment service has been put in its intended use. The committee recommends the following. Government should strengthen the audit arrangements of this program through Auditor General conducting timely annual audits during the implementation of this program. 2, the Ministry of Kampala Capital City Authority and Metropolitan Affairs should ensure that all the infrastructure sub-projects demonstrate higher value for money with the clear linkages between efficiency in procedures, public financial management procedures, procurement, etc., and economy and effectiveness, that is quality and utilization of infrastructure. 13, utilization of the grant. The committee observed that a grant amounting to US dollars $48 million has been provided under Pillar 4 and Pillar 5 for institutional strengthening for Ministry of Kampala and Metropolitan Affairs and 8 metropolitan local governments. The committee was informed that the current establishment of the Greater Kampala metropolitan area requires capacity enhancement to be able to adequately deliver on its mandate. The money is meant for activities related to skills development, retooling, and system development, e-governance, rollout, search, e-payments, e-feedback, etc., to allow the Greater Kampala metropolitan area and local governments perform their functions as true metropolitan governments managers. The committee, however, notes that the US dollars $48 million is quite a lot to only be spent on capacity and institutional strengthening. The committee therefore recommends that US dollars $30 million out of the US dollars $48 million be reallocated to the roads component so as to increase the number of kilometers of roads to be rehabilitated and upgraded in the Greater Kampala metropolitan area. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, conclusion. The committee therefore recommends that the request by government to borrow up to special dwelling rights SDR 374.8 million equivalent to US $518 million from the International Development Association of the World Bank Group and receive a grant of special dwelling rights 34.8 million equivalent to $48 million from the International Development Association of the World Bank Group, and also borrow up to 40 million euros, that is 42.66 million from AFD to finance the Greater Kampala Metropolitan Area Urban Development Program, be approved subject to the recommendations therein. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I beg to report.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Honorable colleagues, we are going to have a debate, a joint debate for both projects. And our debate is limited to what is in the report, the issues at hand. Issues outside the report, please let us just limit ourselves. We have a big order paper to handle, so this is usually from our practice, how we've always been doing. Even the issues that are captured are usually issues we follow up with the accountability committees at implementation stage. And especially with these days when it is very difficult to get very cheap money, you will rarely find loans where you're getting 1% with the grant element of over 40%. Usually here we don't find a problem with such, but implementation is where we usually focus when we are doing our work. So I open up the debate, each one 2 minutes. I will start, and if you're a member of the committee, of either committee, please don't take our time. So I'll start with Engineer Barimwezo. I don't know, Honorable Betty numbers. I'm starting with the MPs from the affected areas with regard to this run of Kampala. It's somehow deliberate. Please, I will allow you, honorable colleagues. You see, let me tell you, when a project is in your constituency, I give you that opportunity. It's always like sort of a practice because they are constituents where we can argue that all of us, okay, but next time it will be in your constituency and I will deny you time. I will see what you will say. Okay, so Honorable Aaron, checking, yeah, in PG. Aisha Kawanda, it doesn't reach your area. Yes. Now it seems the benefiting areas, we don't have any RM. There's Honorable Kayondo, I have Wakiso, and then I'm going to allow you, Honorable colleagues, Honorable Kakembo. I'm going to allow you. We do 2 minutes, we pick each one of us quickly. Yeah. And the in-laws of Kampala, I will ensure you benefit.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the committee for the good report. I am going to handle the Greater Kampala and Metropolitan area, where basically I subscribe. Right Honorable Speaker, Kampala has 2,110 kilometers of road network, but only 300 is paved and in better condition. Majority of our roads are dilapidated. They have outlived the design life. And indeed, it's critical that we have our roads revamped and made good to reduce the cost of monies that we spend in jam, because overall we lose over 240,000 man-hours in jam and over 10 trillion in terms of money a year. Right Honorable, I'm going to touch the issue concerning sustainability of the infrastructure. Yes, road infrastructure is the most important public asset, and we need maintenance for these roads. This financial year, Right Honorable Speaker, KCC received only 10 billion for road maintenance, which is too little. And URF says that we cut its budget, and that's the reason that it also cut KCCA by almost 70%. So we need to maintain our roads, but also not to note, we have lost the ecosystem in the city. They have talked about floods. Whenever it rains nowadays, in just 30 minutes, our roads are submerged.
Thank you.
The greatest enemy.
No, Honorable, you have colleagues to support you. This is a run for your area. You need more of the support. Honorable Numbers, you need people to support you on this run. So let's give, and you've done a good job in mobilizing us to support the run and infrastructure in Kampala, and we always appreciate it. 2 minutes each one of us.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I stand to support the report and the recommendations, and I associate myself with all the good things that have been mentioned in the report and my previous colleague has contributed. In particular, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to request this Parliament to save us the problems of discussing unity, expansion, working together as KCCA and the metropolitan areas, because it has a lot of constitutional issues. This House has on several occasions tried to work out a structure that could unite this area under one entity for proper planning and running of activities, but we have always ran into constitutional hurdles because of the provisions of Chapter 11 of our Constitution, more so with the issues to do with regional governments, the deemed Uganda that is supposed to be one entity under the regional government and all that stuff. The fact of the matter is that this country chose decentralization as a policy, and we should always try to work within that policy. I know the districts with assistance and the metropolitan municipalities will be able to run these funds effectively. To Mr. Speaker, let the unity be at the ministerial level, because at the end of the day, we have one cabinet. So the Minister of Kampala.
Thank you, Honorable Sawanyana.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I support the committee report and most of the recommendations, more especially where the chair of the committee recommended unity between the local governments and Kampala Capital City Authority. Right Honorable Speaker, we have a problem with the implementation of some sections of the Kampala Capital City Authority, which provides the institution of the Kampala Capital Authority and Metropolitan Planning Committee, Fiscal Planning Committee, and in the KCCA Act. That provision, although it wasn't supported by Parliament, it would have helped us to create that unity, which has been recommended by the chair and the committee, because it will take a problem to come up with a plan which is jointed between the various municipalities if you don't have that committee. And you know, as Madam Honorable Betty Namboze has cited, the decentralization around, each head of his municipality, including KCCA, thinks that they can plan for themselves. Now this loan is coming in as a joint where they have to unite and cause development in the whole city. So I can see that as a problem. So Parliament can help us to go through that problem as we foresee the development of our area. I thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Hiraye Chiaga. Honorable Kayondo, a member of the committee, you cannot debate your report.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to support the loan borrowing. If we are to decongest Kampala, we have to improve the infrastructure of the neighboring districts of Kampala. And one of them is Mpigi. Mpigi is now accommodating many people, Right Honorable Speaker. And I think it is time to improve the infrastructure. And one of the roads that were given to our district is the one connecting Mitiana to Mpigi. So I really welcome the idea of the loan. However, Right Honorable Speaker, we come with the appetite of supporting loans, and loans end up being diverted to other things that are not essential. And for the purpose, I would recommend that we stick to the reasons for which we are borrowing. I remember we came here because we don't have power. Electricity has to be extended to our places. Up to now, we passed the loan, but up now there is no power. I mean, electricity is not yet extended. Right Honorable Speaker, if we are to decongest Kampala, I support the loan.
Thank you, Honorable Narima Betty, Honorable Kakembo.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I join the rest to support this loan. But we would also wish to get some additional information. Did the committee consider that the $30 million that is going to be deducted from the 48 million, is it going to be catered for on those key areas that are decongesting as mentioned, including the Nsanji, the Matuga Nsanji route and the Jokers Mokono route? And also, we need to get to know, did you further subdivide the remaining 18 million as how the other institutions, the local governments and the KCC are going to divide that money, so that later on you might think that we are getting when the whole share is taken by one entity? That aside, let me also get some clarity. When you talked about the railway line, you have already taken people's land, rather taken your land back. Why now talk about compensation of the railway line when you have already broken, especially the Namamve route from Kampala? Why talk about compensation? People are already crying. I thought all is cleared, now ready to get on. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, I really want to caution you also. You see, when you are processing such a loan, business of saying, add in this road, remove from here, take here. We have tried to do it before, and we've come back here when the resolution, some of them have been rejected. This is part of the extensive negotiations with government. These are taken as proposals from our side. So we shall give government room, because how do you consider that now go add in this road? How did you revote the other road? Okay, so let's give the planners a chance. Here we are looking at the principle, and then our committees, sectoral committees, our oversight committees will ensure that the implementation of the project is well done. But when we start saying reduce 30 million here, then you add in this project, we shall be not on the right trajectory. Honorable Kakembo. And then I go this side.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Speaker. I'm standing also to add my voice to thank the committee for the report. And indeed, they visited Entebbe. I want to be very appreciative for that. Entebbe as one of the beneficiaries, I must add my voice in supporting this report and the loan and the recommendation therein. Right, Honorable Speaker, there is a few issues that we need to put to the attention of this House and the Minister of Works when it comes to the issue of compensation and the procurement process. Many times we have bold and we take long to implement. And sometimes the issues of compensation becomes a very big challenge, because the local governments, as we speak, they don't have money. Most of the money they would have used to compensate is now the issue has been raised by a honorable colleague from Wakiso district, in as far as releasing the money back to the local government is concerned. Now I want to ask the minister, the issue of compensating some of the affected in these processes. Municipalities are having serious issues with this kind of Ugandans who are very serious with the law, and they are complaining they should be compensated because that's what the law says. And the town clerk will tell you, see, we don't have money at this World Bank money. They do not, it doesn't include compensation. How, as government, should we come in to make sure that as this money comes, government is ready to help? I can take information from Honorable Nathan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While we are considering this loan, we visited all the affected areas. We were assured that the local governments have negotiated purely and they have consent papers, that there will be nothing like compensation. And I think Honorable from Wakiso can bear with me with this. We don't have any compensation to make. It has been cleared by who? By the local authorities. We are assured. I thank you.
Thank you, honorable colleague, for that information, and I'm taking it in good faith. But the truth of the matter, you got to.
Thank you. Your time is up, Honorable Milton Muuma. Honorable colleagues, I have to balance political sides. Now I have to go this side. Honorable Milton Muuma, Honorable Kisa.
Thank you very much, Right
I
Honourable
have picked a
Speaker.
position. Now I have to go.
Right Honourable Speaker, on behalf of the people that use the eastern wing, the eastern leg, I do rise to support this loan. Mr. Speaker, for us to drive from here through Mukono municipality, we take 3 hours in the jam. So this loan is trying to address some of the inconveniences we go through. So I have every reason to support this loan. Mr. Speaker, yesterday you adjourned when it was clocking 7. I reached home past 9 something, and I was about to answer questions where I was.
You answer questions where you went. Honorable, please don't use parliament.
This is right.
But
But
we
the
cannot
issue
give
is,
you a caveat.
Mr. Speaker, it is the traffic jam that holds us long. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, recently they were branding Kampala as a city of potholes, a city of dust. This loan request is addressing most of the challenges we've been going through. So I have to thank the committee and the government for bringing a people's loan. I appeal to members to support it wholeheartedly.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, I hope you won't push that we make a resolution that all men who stay on the Mukono route on plenary days should be reaching compass 9. Because and honorable numbers has added women. Honorable.
Yeah, thank you so
Kisa?
much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Procedure, honorable Aisha, procedure.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, there are 2 motions. Motion about the meter gauge rally and the motion about the loan in Kampala. I pray that at an opportune moment, it pleases you to call upon members who want to speak about motion number 4 so that we also pronounce ourselves.
Colleagues, I made it very clear. When you stand up, you choose which one to speak on. I made it very clear. Okay? I'm not choosing this one is for this one, because the funding agencies are related, and usually the issues we have from practice, they are usually the same. They are around compensation. They are around counterpart funding.
Yeah, thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. I rise to support government borrowing, and I want to thank the chair for the committee for the recommendations. Honorable colleagues, Kampala and the surrounding areas make the face of this country. And we have had issues that Kampala and its infrastructure is one of the poorest we have in the region. So when this money is borrowed and it is put on the development of Kampala and the metropolitan area, I stand to support very faithfully on this matter. I want to thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Moti.
Thank you,
very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would just want to comment on the just concluded KCCA urban project. With this project, up to date, the roads which were done, especially like in Nakawa division where I live, there are still sections which have not been concluded. And I can see the minister is here. Two ministers, moreover, maybe they will tell us. These sections are still maram. Take, for example, Right Honorable Speaker, you have lived in our region in Chanja for some point in. There is this road from Chanja to the circular road. It starts on Prime Petroleum and comes out through the township. That road has a section of about 150 meters, which are yet to be done. 3 years down the road since the project was concluded. So I would like the minister to explain what plans do they have as KCCA for these portions of roads which are unconcluded so many years since the respective projects were done. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Wanzara Noah, Honorable Ned.
Thank you very much.
Let me pick 2, 3.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the majority of members of parliament were beneficiaries for this project. I entirely agree with the committee and totally support the borrowing of this money. Right Honorable Speaker, in the 10th Parliament, we discussed about the Kampala and metropolitan areas, and we looked at having a joint planning unit for both Kampala, Wakiso, Mukono, Mpigi, and those other areas. But Mr. Speaker, what went into the minds of the district leaders of Wakiso, Mukono, and others, they thought that their powers would be taken away by KCCA. That was the major problem. The cows in those districts were also thinking that they would not be accounting officers anymore. That's why they were hesitant to support the project. I want to urge that this parliament comes up with a mechanism how to bring those local governments and KCCA on board so that we agree, or so that they agree how to work together so that we can have a better Kampala. Right Honorable Speaker, secondly, is about Kampala procuring competent contractors. Right Honorable Speaker, the procurement committees or the procurement committee, either for Kampala, has issues, but also in local governments. You find out that a contractor has been procured today to construct a road, and he has done shoulder work. The next day, it's the contractor who is also given another contract in this country. That one, for our dismay as members of parliament, we see it as if this country is going nowhere. My humble appeal as a member of parliament for Nakasongola, let government take keen interest in this so that to procure those contractors who can really do.
Thank you. Now, please, I don't want shortcuts. I know you. You know, I look at your faces and I know whether you're guilty or not. So please, honorable your colleague in the committee, you played your role. Yeah. And I'm not happy you again didn't sign the report. So if you continue, you know, yes, I have it. I have the report here, please. So, honorable colleagues, there is the issue of absorption. The issue of absorption is the KCCA. What is wrong? We give you a lot of money. Now we are adding you money. Absorption. I was talking to one of the people. Yeah, they told me that Uganda now, we are ranking the worst in absorption of loans. And yet we are paying interest on money that is not absorbed. So the issue of absorption is an issue we need to look at as oversight. Seriously, as a committee. You wanted to comment on that, on the absorption issue?
President, on the point of procedure, there are issues of absorption. And when you look at the terms of borrowing, if you can get the paper, and you see the interest on dispersed and undispersed funds under both loans, the percentages are worrying. Second, Right Honorable Speaker, Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, on the takeaways, quick ones, is the unit cost. Right Honorable Speaker, I've looked at the road from Mukono and I've listened carefully. The road from Mukono, only where in Mukono is where they have indicated that each kilometer will go for 5 billion. And then I've heard Honorable Vyanyima saying they are going to build as is, no compensation. Then the big question that comes up, if you are not compensating and the unity cost is 5 billion for Mukono and you are building the road as is that a fair cost? And when to Kampala, they've dodged to put a unit cost in this report. And these are things. Two, government is dodging, also committing counterpart funding. Because we borrow, I've seen the amount of money for counterpart funding is almost near the loan we are going to borrow. And we don't have this money budgeted for in the budget. Then we are busy here approving a loan. And failure to disperse, we will attract interest. We are in the same road we've been on as a country.
Thank you. When we conclude.
I've also looked at their report. There are 42 billion from the French loan, which they are not allocating anywhere. Is this miscellaneous expenditure? And the committee has not attached this money on any road, on any project. This money is for what? Let the committee come clean on these issues.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, on counterpart funding, my biggest issue is that we also take note as a parliament. We take note. When it comes to budgeting, we ask, we say, you committed on this, okay? Can you provide this money? Because you see, we can't do away with Kampala. The moment we say, because of that, therefore, we don't approve a loan and we leave Kampala in the state it is, we shall have not also performed very well. So we need to say, we came here, we committed, we said we are going to provide 100, 200 billion for this road. We want it in the budget. If you've not, we are going to cut here and we put it here. And we be serious on these matters. Okay, Remy, I had allowed Honorable Nen. Yeah. It's my discretion to allow procedure. Yeah. You see, honorable colleagues, there is something I understood. When someone you're not picking him, the shortcut has become procedure. Now I have looked for a solution for procedure. I have found also it's my discretion to pick someone for procedure. So let's be patient. I always allow you. I can't allow 10 people to speak at once. Take your time. Honorable Nen.
Thank you, Right Honorable. I rise to support the quest for loan to refurbish the railway line from Kampala to Malaba for reasons that aware that 70% of our inland cargo goods pass through the eastern route through Malaba, aware that in a single day we have thousands of trucks plying that same route, causing many accidents. This would be a game changer for our economy. The big question is the refurbishment that we have captured here, does it streamline the railway transportation that our importers will start using the railway station? The second point is the environmental friendliness of railway transport. Aware that our road transport is hugely affected by weather. When it rains, everything comes to a standstill. I believe at a time when we are fighting climate crisis, the refurbishment of the railway line would be a game changer for our economy. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Honorable Sirogwa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Zawide Victorious, Woman MP, Nakasongola District. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to support the committee and appreciate it for some good observations and the recommendation. It's true, in the morning and evening time, Kampala is always congested. So I just want to pray and support the construction and maintenance of the recommended roads. That's why I support the committee report. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. I'll pick, wow. Hey, I said I'll pick, everyone has decided to stand up at one. Oh, I had picked Honorable Cecilia Guard first. Yes, yes. And then I pick all who are standing at one, and we finish. 2 minutes each. I'll again come back here, I pick somebody. Because we have only one president in the house, so if I don't pick him, I might.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm definitely interested in the two motions, but let me focus on the metropolitan areas. The government is always very smart in packaging loans for us. They package it in such a way that it becomes very swallowable. For me, if you talk about revival of the railway line, I'm very excited about it. If you talk about fixing roads in the metropolitan area where we all live now, we are all very excited. However, I just want to pick one area which has been overlooked. At least I've been listening. There's no need for me to have talked on this motion. Right Honorable Speaker, in the Constituent Assembly, Uganda wanted, many members wanted regional governments. But the majority opted for regional. I mean, we wanted regional government, but majority opted for deeming. Deeming was Honorable Sam Kotesa's motion, and that was bought and has been enshrined in the Constitution under Article 178, Right Honorable Speaker. It is very clear that Buganda, where there is Wakiso, Mukono, and Mpigi, is in Buganda, and is one regional block deemed to be one. Kampala stands alone. Kampala stands alone. If it is Buganda, we'll discuss it, but it stands alone. Sorry, Speaker, can I explain? Now, it's very clear under Article 178, which says it is 1 or 2 districts come together. Right, Honorable Speaker, my concern, and I would want maybe the Attorney General, somebody who can enlighten us on this. When we approve this loan, the implementation may be a problem because of this constitutional entanglement. We did not look at it at all. It's important we look at it. How do we take out a block from within Buganda and run it as one sub-block? It becomes practically difficult. But I would want to have a way out. I want to propose a way out that maybe we could come up with interministerial committee for the purpose of implementation, so that we have the Ministry of Local Government and the Ministry of Kampala coming together for the purpose of implementation. Otherwise, this constitutional provision, we'll have to explain it, because we have to do oversight, not only in the utilization of resources, but also the way we have applied the law. Sometimes government is very quick in breaching the law and they get away with it. At the end of the day, Parliament is the one who is blamed, because we are the final authority. So I would like those with legal mind, please look at chapter 11 in our constitution, particularly Article 178, and then we can look practically at how we are going to utilize the loan. The loan, the purposes of the 2 loans are very good. I support it, but can we follow the constitutional procedures? I thank you.
Now, honorable colleagues, government is integrated. And to make it even easier now, we are on program-based budgeting. This is the program. That's why the Honorable Yanyimas and team, we are on this program of infrastructure, cutting across Kampala City. Last time, the Committee on Physical Infrastructure was only limiting itself only to roads under Union Road Fund. Roads in KCCA, we always handled them under Committee on Presidential Affairs. But now we are on program-based budgeting and planning. So it's a program. So all ministers falling under that program should be able to coordinate together and handle the program. That's what Honorable has emphasized. So let us limit ourselves to a program. And colleagues, we are going in work which is not ours. This is work of the executive. Let them go and do their work, but they've listened to our concerns as a house. Okay. Honorable Kayondo has labored to bring another report to me which shows he signed. The one which was uploaded, and I've shared it with colleagues here, he did not sign, but he has brought another one which shows he signed. So I can confirm that, Honorable, you signed. It goes on record. But this comes out when you harass the speaker. You force him to go into a closet and bring out some issues. So when I tell you to sit down and you keep harassing me, then you make me go into details. So next time, please listen to me when I'm guiding. You're a member of the committee, you cannot debate your report. That's what the rules say. Whether through procedure, whether through what, you can only give information if one colleague allows you. Okay? Thank you. Yes. Now I know ministers, I won't give you a chance on this. I'll give it to my but anyway, I will allow Honorable Namyangu to appreciate ministers who come. When they are here, they are also members of parliament. Yeah. So I pick Honorable Namyangu. I pick Christine. I'll pick the group you had picked ourselves. Let's do quick. I have a very quick item we have on the order paper that I want
Thank
us
you,
to
Right
see.
Honorable
On the PFM.
Speaker. And I want to appreciate the committee. Honorable Speaker, borrowing from Bunyoro, I want to appeal to colleagues. We have roads like running from Mobende through Kakumiro, Chibale, Kagadi. It goes through so many districts, but it was done. We are talking about service delivery to our people. And if you look at most of our roads within Kampala and the metropolitan area, people are even selling on the roads. We are saying even markets are going to be developed. So for me, Right Honorable, would have even passed this loan long ago so that our people can have better services in terms of infrastructure.
Thank you.
So I stand to appeal to colleagues that let's pass this loan, let the infrastructure be developed in Kampala and the neighboring districts so that we can all be happy.
And the railway.
And the railway. The railway, for us who go to the east, we are just struggling with the trucks. Trucks everywhere. Today I took a ride from here at around 11 just to Mukono, Namamvi. I didn't even reach Mukono. It took me 3 hours. Yes. So friends, let's pass this loan. Actually, I would want even to propose that we stop the debate and pass the loan.
Thank you.
I thank
Honorable.
you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the purpose of the two loans is clearly defined. And I want to support the proposals. However, Mr. Speaker, the issue of the work plans is very critical. We should actually have the work plan of the 65 billion. You are aware the metropolitan area, Kampala, was given that money. And then we have for this loan, so as to avoid duplication of services. Mr. Speaker, on the second report, there was an aspect on quality of roads, that roads that are meant to stay for 15 years, they only stay for 5 years and they are no longer of worth value. I want to relate this, Mr. Speaker, once again to the issue of the low-cost ceiling projects across the country. Mr. Speaker, those roads are also supposed to stay for 10 years. But because of the choice and contracting that is given to contractors who do not want to give us quality work, I have testimony of roads because we have been going for field work where the local ceiling roads, by the end of 1 year, the roads are already spoiled. And yet when you look at the unit cost for a local ceiling project, that is 1 kilometer taking about 480 million. So I want to really challenge the line ministry to look into the aspect of the low-cost ceiling roads because we are not realizing value for money out of those roads. Otherwise, I want to support the position of the committee that we get the loan because the work plans are very clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Ogwa.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I support the motion to borrow for the two purposes because it will lead to improvement of competitiveness, which is good for the country. However, I would urge that we consider local content in the process of procurement. That's one. The second one is particularly for the roads. Because we loved Kampala so much, we surrendered during the budget some of costs which were supposed to support the district. In Dokolo, because of that, 4 smaller roads were not budgeted for, were budgeted for, but they were not provided for because the money was transferred to Kampala. It is my humble request that we consider returning that because we have already now got money which we can use. Thank you. Either this financial year or the next financial year as we budget, we should consider and make sure we return our monies because we are losing them. Thank you.
Arwa.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. As much as I support the committee, I would feel much more happy if the committee, the National Committee, the National Economic Committee briefs Parliament at least quarterly to inform us on the performances of these loans. Because in most cases, we pass these loans, we do not know where these loans end. Either they end up in the rightful hand or they end up in the hands of the corrupted people. And then second, Right Honorable Speaker, on the issue of the railway. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to bring the attention of this house that we already have a Spanish company that is making the concrete sleepers. That is supposed to serve Mukono to Kampala. That's for the railway. That's for the meter gauge. Now, why don't we use the same company to serve Malaba, Kampala to Malaba, to avoid vandalizing? Because when we talk about metal sleepers, anybody would steal and they will sell it as a crap. Lastly, when it comes to KCCA, I'm much more aware that we just passed a budget. And in that budget, we had removed money from road fund, which is about 65 billion. 65 or 86 billion. And now we are yet processing a loan here for KCCA and the Metropolitan. Why don't we return the 65 billion to its original pool, and we give it to other districts to benefit, as this one is going to shoot for the others. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Okay. Then Leku.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the committee for the 2 reports. Right Honorable Speaker, anybody who went through the school system and studied the GP General Paper or SST must have known that the cheapest means of transport is water, followed by railway, roads, and then air. So, Right Honorable Speaker, if the government is getting this loan to facilitate the rehabilitation of the railway line, I would say this is highly supported, and I would urge my colleagues to support.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, secondly,
next time don't add on border.
Standard gauge railway. Actually, Uganda is far behind. I've already talked about meter gauge, Right Honorable Speaker. The standard gauge railway that already is being implemented in Kenya and in Tanzania. And the committee report clearly indicates that Uganda moves faster in tandem with other sister countries. I would also urge the government to move faster and we implement the standard gauge railway.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Leku, then Max Ochai.
Thank
Non-
you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I remember in the last parliament, there's a member from Eastern who is now a minister who said that because of traffic jam, it has given them problems of having morning glory. The morning glory. Sometimes, Right Honorable Speaker, we stay around drinking, we go to the bars because we cannot go back home because the traffic jam is intense. But Honorable Speaker, as we move on to discuss this law, which I fully support, the Ugandans outside there who are watching us, they will want to know which roads are actually in this law. I'll request that we actually lay down the roads. We know it's a road from this place to this, so that people know, understand that my road is going to be worked on. Number two, Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of compensation. The compensation has remained an issue in Uganda. Most times, the projects, the people who implement these projects, they run around and buy plots, they buy land along these roads where they are going to do the road works. And they start doing some works along there. So that when the compensation comes in, they reap much bigger. And some of these officials are in UNRWA, then government officials. So as parliament, we should move forward and make a ruling that before, at this time, maybe from this day to this, any work you do there, you not get value for that money.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you.
Then
Now,
we have other cities which are still in offing. I'll request that tomorrow, once this is cleared.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, I want to put it for the record that traffic jam cannot stop you from praying, because the members clearly talked of morning glory, which means morning prayers. It's issues of glory are issues to do with God. I want the answer to capture it very well. So there are issues for prayers. Even in your car, you can pray. Even from your workplace, you can pray. So please, I want it to be captured on the answer. Yes, I had allowed Honorable Max Ochai.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm not going to talk about the morning glory. Mine is basically on the sustainability of these project interventions. Mine is basically on sustainability of these project interventions. Mr. Speaker, sir, on the second motion pertaining to the Greater Kampala Metropolitan Area Urban Development Program, I want to observe that the committee did a thorough loan appraisal. To the extent that they found the financial viability of the loan to be highly concessional, and to the extent that they found from the cost-benefit analysis that the program is likely to be highly beneficial, I fully support the recommendations that ensue. Particularly, the recommendation to the effect that we need a new city. To me, this is long overdue. Within East African community, we have a case of Tanzania where the old capital city was relocated to another place. Why not us? I believe we can do the same. I come from Tororo, particularly where the railway, the meter gauge railway passes. That is the West Budama North constituency. I welcome the idea of refurbishing the meter gauge railway to the extent that it will open up opportunities for trade in the area, given that that place is income poor. Our people will have opportunity to produce their products and then sell to other areas using the railway line. And so I therefore support the motion that we have the loans approved and ensure that the interventions are highly sustainable through a robust.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues in the public gallery, this afternoon, we have a delegation from the Human Resource Managers Association of Uganda. They include Mr. Ronald Kibuka Bosa, President, Ms. Shamim Warusimbi, Vice President, and Mr. James Warusimbi, Director Programs. They've come to observe proceedings of the House this afternoon, particularly the presentation of the Human Resource Management Professional Bill. They were here even yesterday. Please join me in welcoming them. I'm now going to make a very unpopular decision. When I'm starting on the next item, I will start from here. The members want to contribute. We've had a substantive debate. Honorable Minister, Honorable Basara will open us for us on the next item.
Mr. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to appreciate the Committee on National Economy for the good report and the good work they do always. Mr. Speaker, I, however, have one area where I wish to provide the House with additional facts. On the recommendation that 30 million be taken away from the grant element, I wish to provide the following facts. Out of the 48 million, only 10% is for capacity building, 35% is for retooling, and 55% is for discretionary activities. And what are these activities? Activity number one is e-governance, in other words, system development.
Honorable number.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we all know what the word only means. But to say that 10% of a budget going for capacity building is little money, as being reported by the minister, is so misleading. And Mr. Speaker, we depend on these ministers to take decisions. Is it really okay and good information to this House when a minister tells us that 10% of the funds we are trying to procure through loans that are going to be paid back by our grandchildren is little money for only capacity building? Surely, Mr. Speaker, sir.
No, honorable colleague, the minister is providing information. And for us, we express our opinion on the information he has given us by either accepting or rejecting it. But we cannot stop him from giving us information, because it's also this information is not only his, it's information from government. So we cannot stop him from giving information.
Mr. Speaker, can I finish?
Please, please, Honorable.
I want to, first of all, thank you for your wise ruling. Mr. Speaker, point 2 is that this money will go for feasibility studies and detailed designs for the roads, markets, and drainages in the areas where we are going to do the roads. Point 3 is physical planning for all the 9 entities. Point 4 is own resource revenue improvement through property evaluation, etc. Point 5 is waste management practices. Point 6 is asset management and sustainability. Point 7 is traffic management systems. And point 9 is environmental impact assessment. Mr. Speaker, I pray that the House, I take respect.
No, Minister. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable colleagues, please, let's listen. Honorable colleagues, I don't want us to open debate on these issues. The committee did a thorough work. The minister feels he should put extra information. I don't know whether he put this information in the committee and the committee verified and felt satisfied with their recommendation. Honorable Minister, did you bring this information to the committee?
Mr. Speaker, from my experience, we normally work with the committee up to the last minute. And even up to this stage, where we are in the committee of the whole house, when there is information, extra information we need to provide, we always do so, Mr.
I now put a question that a motion for a resolution of parliament to authorize government to borrow up to UA 125.6 million, equivalent of euro 147.69 million from the African Development Fund, and UA 50 million, equivalent of euro 59 million from the African Development Bank, and euro 25.9841 million from the Corporate Internationalization Fund of Spain for the refurbishment of the Kampala Maraba Meter Gauge Railway project be adopted. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Thank you. Clerk, extract a resolution and communicate it. I now put a question that a motion for a resolution of parliament to authorize government to borrow up to special drawing rights, SDR 374.8 million, equivalent to USD 518 million from the International Development Association, IDA, of the World Bank Group, and receive a grant of special drawing rights, SDR 34.8 million, equivalent to USD 48 million, from the International Development Association of the World Bank Group, and also borrow up to euro 40 million, equivalent to USD 42.66 million, from Agency France de Development, AFD, to finance the Greater Kampala Metropolitan Area Urban Development Program be adopted. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Thank you. Next item. Colleagues, we have adopted the recommendations of the committee as provided for in the report. Thank you.
Item number 6, motion seeking leave of Parliament to introduce a private members bill, the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill.
Honorable Mwanga Chivumbi, honorable colleagues, these ones usually we give our colleagues chance so we don't take a lot of time. I want them, both of them, to be captured. So Honorable Chivumbi, we start with yours.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. I'm moving a motion seeking leave of the House to introduce a private members bill entitled the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill. Moved under Rule 56, 121, 122 of our Rules of Procedure of Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, whereas Article 79 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, empowers Parliament to make laws on any matter for the peace, order, and development and good governance of Uganda. And whereas Article 94, subsection 4B of the Constitution and Rule 121.1 of our Rules of Procedure permit a member of Parliament to introduce a private members bill. Aware that Section 25 and 26 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 makes provisions for supplementary expenditure and contingency fund, respectively. Recognizing that Article 156B of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, empowers government to lay before Parliament supplementary estimates showing sums required or spent if in any respect of any financial year it is found that 1, the amount appropriated for any purpose under Appropriation Act is insufficient, or that a need has arisen for expenditure for a purpose for which no amount has been appropriated by the Act.
Switch on, Honorable.
Or B, any monies have been expended for any purpose in excess of the amount appropriated for that purpose, or for a purpose for which no amount has been appropriated by that act. Further, recognizing that Section 25 of the Public Finance Management Act restricts government to expend not more than 3% of the total approved budget of a financial year without the approval of Parliament. Noting that Section 26 of the Public Finance Management Act establishes a contingency fund, which is replenished every financial year with an amount equivalent to 0.5 of the appropriated annual budget of government of the previous financial year. Concerned that the criteria for approving supplementary expenditure has continued to be abused, resulting in the distortion and undermining of government planning and budgeting, therefore, thereby encouraging fiscal indiscipline in the management of public resources. Further concerned that the expiry of the appropriation to the contingency fund under Section 26, subsection 10 of the Public Finance Management Act negatively affects government timely response to natural disasters, since there are no funds readily available to urgently respond to natural disasters. Firmly convinced that there is a need to amend the Public Finance Management Act to prescribe a criteria for approving supplementary expenditure by Parliament and to enhance government's ability to respond to natural disasters. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Parliament grants me leave to introduce a private member's bill entitled the Public Finance Management Act, entitled the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, a draft of which is attached here under. I beg to move.
Thank you. Is the motion seconded? That's Honorable Mutembure Yusuf. Honorable Cecilia Ogwar, Honorable Chirumira, Honorable Paparia, Honorable Max Ochai, Honorable Ambasakot, Honorable Rauben, Honorable Yanyima, Honorable Sere, Honorable Namga Goret, and Honorable Rinda. Wow. Please, Honorable. Thank you. Honorable, quickly speak to your motion. I will not mention each and every one of you. Usually I'll be picking around 3-4 seconds.
Right, Honorable Speaker, the objective of the bill is to amend the Public Finance Management Act to enhance government fiscal discipline and prudent planning and management of public funds by prescribing a criteria for approving supplementary estimates by Parliament, and to harmonize the provisions relating to supplementary estimates under the Public Finance Management Act with Article 156, subsection 2 of the Constitution, defects and existing legislation. Section 25 and 26 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 make provisions for supplementary expenditure and contingency funds, respectively. Section 25 provides for supplementary expenditure and allows government to spend not more than 3% of the total approved budget of the financial year without approval of Parliament. The provision obligates government to lay before Parliament for approval supplementary estimates showing the sums spent within 4 months after the money has been spent. On the other hand, Section 26 of the Public Finance Management Act establishes the contingency fund, which is replenished every financial year with an amount equivalent to 0.5% of the appropriated annual budget of government of the previous financial year. This contingency fund is used to respond to natural disasters. Section 25 of the Public Finance Management Act contravenes Article 156, subsection 2 of the Constitution insofar as it limits supplementary expenditure that may be incurred by government without approval, without parliamentary approval, to only 3% of the total approved budget of the financial year. This statutory limit has the effect of infectiously amending Article 156 subsection 2 by imposing a restriction on government's power to purpose and implement, to propose and implement a supplementary budget. Section 25 does not prescribe the source of revenue to fund the supplementary expenditure of government, resulting in abuse of ministerial discretion. In order to fund government supplementary expenditure, the minister resorts to borrowing or budget suppression, which not only distorts and undermines the credibility of government planning and budgeting, but also encourages fiscal indiscipline in the management of public resources. On the other hand, Section 26 of the Public Finance Management Act does not make a provision for how withdrawals from the contingency fund are initiated by the vote that requires funding. The provisions of Section 26 also limit government response to natural disasters, since the appropriations to the contingency fund expire at the end of the financial year. Remedies proposed by the bill. We propose 1A, set a criteria for approving a supplementary estimate by Parliament, for which government can no longer run away from it. 2, require the minister to confirm the source of funding to finance a supplementary budget before supplementary expenditure is approved or incurred. 3, make provision to the contingency fund to continue to contingency fund. Make appropriations to the contingency fund continue beyond the financial year in which they are made. Right, honorable colleagues, the contingency fund, the way it is now, if you budgeted 76 billion in a financial year, if the financial year ends, that contingency fund is emptied to zero. We want to say that let us, that fund keep growing, so that at any time we are struck by a natural disaster, that fund is sufficient to respond to a natural disaster, other than collapsing it at every other turn of a financial year to zero, and you start from zero. It should be allowed to grow and grow and grow. Make provision for the initiation of funding by votes from the contingency fund. The other provision that we want to amend is to take away powers of Parliament to collapse the 3%, so that any other approval of supplementary comes before Parliament. And we are not even restricting you to the amount. You can borrow as much as you want. You can supplementary budget as much as you want, but first come to Parliament for approval and indicates to us only two things: the source of your funding. It is as simple. Tell us where you are going to get the money. When you tell us where you are going to get the money, we will give you a supplementary budget even on day one. But this problem of every time, on 1st July, abusing a budget, of changing the budget, which we have just approved, must be brought to an end. I beg to move.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, and you'll bear with me. I know I'm supposed to speak secondas and all that, but I also want to be fair to another colleague who also has the bill, and the constituents has been coming here every day. Honorable Chivumbi has brought his reasons clearly. Allow me, I pick a response of government onto this, you make a decision. Okay? You already submitted. You submitted, honorable, and you saw it running on our system.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Public Finance Management Act is central to the operations of government, whereas the private member may have significant issues of concern, and which is also beginning to build in the operations of government. I want to play with the private member that he allows us time. We go back, consult with a view of coming up with the proposals to amend some of the sections of the Public Finance Management Act.
Honorable private member, do you accept the prayer? Please, first allow.
Right, Honorable Speaker, no.
Okay.
They've
thank
had
you.
all the time.
No, you
Us-
have given your answer. I now put the question that this House grants leave to Honorable Mwanga Chivumbi to introduce the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Congratulations, Honorable. Leave is granted. Go prepare and you work very closely with the government. Next item.
Item number 7, motion seeking leave of parliament to introduce a private member's bill, the Human Resource Management Professionals Bill.
Honorable Rabshija.
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I stand to move a motion seeking leave of Parliament to introduce a private member's bill to regulate the human resource management professionals. I moved under Rules 56, 121, and 122 of the Rules of Procedure of the Parliament. Whereas, Right Honorable Speaker, whereas Article 79 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda empowers Parliament to make laws on any matter of peace, order, development, and good governance of Uganda. And whereas Article 94, 4B of the Constitution and Rule 121 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament empower a member of Parliament to move a private member's bill. Aware that Uganda's social and economic development is dependent on the quality of human resource it possesses, and therefore requires a skilled, competent, motivated workforce in order to realize her development plan through the achievement of organizational strategic plan. Noting that Uganda human resource is critical in pushing her agenda towards delivering on her commitments under the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, the Uganda's Vision 2040, and the National Development Plan.
Procedure.
3.
Procedure.
I'm in full support of this bill, but I see the member is justifying the bill before we have put a question. I don't know.
No, the member
whether
is presenting a motion.
It's presenting a motion.
Yes.
Eh,
I've read through the motion.
Thank
That's how she drafted her motion.
That's how you drafted the motion.
Yes.
Then she's very bright. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Now you've even called me madam, so you're also very bright.
Yeah, Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for protecting me from my friend. Acknowledging that the human resource management function is pivotal in organizational strategic plan and maintenance of an effective, efficient, and skilled workforce, which results in improved output and ultimately improved service delivery. Concerning that, at present, there is no legal framework that regulates the human resource management practice, and as a result, there is no regulatory body that sets and enforces professional standards and professional code of conduct for the human resource management practice. Further concerned that the absence of a regulatory body has left management and most of the critical resource at the workplace to operate under wide professional standards with no professional referee, which has led to increased unprofessional conduct cases by human resource management practitioners and performance management challenges and endless industrial court cases. Considering that the human resource management function has become dynamic in order to cope with the social, economic, and legal, political, and technical innovations at both the regional and international levels, there is need to professionalize the human resource management practice in Uganda through regulation to facilitate the registration of members of the profession, the setting of uniform professional standards and their enforcement, establishment of the professionals' code of conduct, and the complaint handling mechanisms, among others. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Parliament grants me leave to introduce a private members bill to regulate human resource management professionals, a draft of which is therein attached. I beg to move.
The motion is seconded by Doug. Yes. Honorable Seungu, Honorable Chiaga Hirare. Yes. Honorable Muma, Honorable Aisha Kabanda, Amoti. Yes. And the Mukono South. Thank you. Honorable, can you speak to your motion quickly? Oh,
Yeah, thank you very much.
This
Right
side had
Honorable
also
Chair.
James.
Policy and principles. The object of the bill is to regulate the human resource management professionals, to establish a human resource management institute, to provide for the functions of the institute, to provide for the establishment of the council, of the governing body of the institute, to provide for the powers and functions of the council, to provide for the registration of members of the institute, to provide for the disciplinary procedures for human resource management professionals, and for related matters. Justification of the bill, Right Honorable Chair. Currently, there is no legal framework that regulates the human resource management practice, despite the country's social and economic development, as I had already mentioned, whereas the human resource management practice is at the center of organization strategic planning and the realization of the organization strategy in Uganda. The human resource management function is still placed in the hands of generalists and other unrelated discipline in order to achieve an effective management of the human resource and ultimately the realization of the country's development and organization goals. Human resource management practitioners require specific expert knowledge, skill, and attitude to enable them build sustainable competitive advantage. Globally and regionally, the human resource management function has become dynamic in order to cope with the social, economic, and legal and political technical innovations. For example, the revival of the East African community has created new standards, opportunities, and challenges in the free movement of labor in East Africa. East African pattern states call for the building and maintaining of the comprehensive East African pattern has calls for the the building and maintaining of competences of the human resource in order to cope with the competing demands for expertise and production. The role of human resource management practitioners is critical in this effort, hence the need to professionalize the practice. Remedies proposed by the bill. The bill is intended to produce a legal framework to regulate the human resource management practice by establishing a regulatory body responsible for setting the required professional standards and professional code of conduct that will enhance service delivery in both public service and private organizations. I beg.
Thank you, Honorable colleagues. Also, our practice, I now put the question that this House grants leave to Honorable Abshisha Magwet to introduce the Human Resource Management Professionals Bill. Those in favor say aye and the counter nay. The ayes have it. House adjourned to Tuesday at 2 p.m.
But no, the things we are going from.